data starting soon screen?
Usually when I'm doing a VC, I don't do the starting soon.
Why have you not popped up for me yet?
He's up. Where's the thing?
Oh, there it is.
And there is an echo somewhere.
Okay.
Did we do it? Did we accidentally turn on the thing?
Probably.
I think I turned them off. You turned them back on.
We hit the button at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm still hearing somebody.
Yeah, there's an echo. I think it's on Bella's end. Just like an earbud or something.
That better?
I think so.
Sweet.
Echo.
Yay, echo.
Well, that's
We're
one
good.
way to do it.
What's up, everybody? How you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome back to the Chaotic Codpast. We are joined by Bella Donatuk,
Hi.
Big Game 93,
Hello.
Hydroxide Ant,
Hi.
and joining us for the first time ever, I'm so happy, Miss Leota. Hi, friends.
Yay!
So happy to see you guys. How was your week?
Painful.
I'm sorry.
Painful. That's not a good way to go through the week.
Oh, but we're good. We're good. I
You're
lost
good.
no limbs.
That's
good.
concerning. Right?
Oh yeah, there was damage to a hand, I remember.
Oh yeah.
As Howie.
Your room is so blue. I love it.
I love blue's my favorite color, so yeah, the lights, I don't want to change them. The only time I might is in October. I might get orange lights, just for the theme of fall and Halloween.
Spooky month.
And maybe like the variety colors for December for Christmas. Other than that, it's blue. It's staying blue.
Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da.
That, and I'm too lazy to take all these down and then put it back up for a month. But
I was waiting for somebody to bring that song up. Too many blues. For Blue Man Group.
So for the past 3 episodes of the Chaotic Codpast, Bella, Dakota, and Tony and I, we've been talking about the MCU phases 1, 2, and 3. Well, in all this conversation, I was talking to Leota, and we were talking about how we both wanted her on the podcast as well. Codpast, excuse me. And so I said, well, here's my list of upcoming topics. Pick the ones you want. And this was one. So I was like, got you. So she's here. But we're not doing all of phase 4 because we're not psychotic.
Or are we?
You might not be, but
I mean, we forgot to do that. Because here's the thing. I forgot. I'm sorry. I forget. That's the thing. I'm still new to this. Don't yell at me. Considering phase 4,
kind of nervous.
Yeah, being gentle was my first time.
oh no.
Phase 4 is where they introduced the Disney Plus TV shows.
Yep.
Which definitely added the lineup of the phase. But unfortunately, phase 4 is also when COVID started.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of delays. There's a lot of switching stuff around. So when we finally started getting stuff, it was kind of crazy, but not necessarily in a bad way. Because we started with 3 TV shows, and then before the first movie. But as like the last 3 Codpast, I keep wanting to say podcast just because that's the word, but this is a Codpast.
It's a Codpast.
Codpast.
His saying of the word backwards has fixed itself.
I know, and I kind of hate it. So, in the spirit of the past few episodes, we're just going to go down the list in terms of release for each entry, and we're only going to do half of it. So we're going to go through WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki, Black Widow, the What If series, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Hawkeye, and Spider-Man No Way Home. It sounds like a lot, but I'm pretty sure we can get through a lot of these pretty decently. So we're going to jump right into first off, like, how were y'all feeling after Phase 3 ended? Because it ended with Endgame, but then there was the epilogue of Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Distraught.
Emotionally damaged.
Very
Yeah.
emotional.
Emotional damage.
Yep.
Emotional and burnout.
I would say
Burnout
bittersweet.
too.
I mean, no,
It was
Stop.
extremely
not
bittersweet.
touching that.
Mm.
I think especially with what was it, Far From Home coming out at that time? Was it Far From Home that came out after Endgame?
It was Far From Home, yeah.
Yeah. I think that kind of just added a little bit of a salt to the wound when Far From Home came out.
It definitely hit home with the fate of Tony Stark,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which sucks because we also lost Black Widow, but she got like nothing. It was all about, well, in the universe, understandably so, but I preferred Black Widow over Iron Man, but that's just me. But the first entry in Phase 4 was WandaVision. The first TV show that had quite an interesting premise.
It did.
I don't think anyone knew going into like this show what it was going to be, because it looked like each episode was like a different time era in terms, like, for TV show, like a TV show-esque, like 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
They're all
started out
sitcoms.
weird.
So it was like,
cool.
okay, so what's this gonna be like? And so I guess first and foremost, how many of y'all have seen like all the episodes of WandaVision, and what did you think?
I actually did see all of WandaVision, and it wasn't at all what I expected. I like. There's just so many layers of like trippy. What the hell just happened in WandaVision that like it's hard to even like pinpoint anything for me.
There is a lot going on, but at the same time, I feel like they did a somewhat good job pacing it for the short run that they did, and
I want to
for
say each of these had 8 episodes. I think Falcon had 6.
That
WandaVision, I think,
sounds
had
right.
9.
Or did it?
yeah,
I think they
because
had 9, but they did
Yeah.
definitely had 6 with the other one.
Yeah.
because I feel like you're right, Leota, because I want to say that's what started Disney Plus's whole like big thing happening on episode 6 that they did for a while.
Yeah.
Episode 6 where the big plot twist happened,
Yeah.
or like the big like dun dun dun.
hmm Like a big reveal, a big plot twist, a big
Yeah, it was
like
9.
cameo happening.
Yeah, WandaVision and What If had 9. Falcon and Loki had 6.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I just want to say, like, kind of like how you mentioned earlier with like COVID and everything. I want to say when WandaVision came out, maybe it was just like for a lot of Marvel fans, that's probably like the most like, I want to say in 2020, that was probably the big thing that happened during lockdown was a Marvel TV show coming out. So I know I was excited. I don't know if anyone else felt like, oh, thank God.
Well, that's the thing, because
Something
nothing
to-
came out in 2020. Everything started releasing in 2021.
Oh, wait, was it 2021?
Yeah, January 2021 was the first episode of WandaVision.
There you go. So I think that whole year of like a dry spell and then something finally coming out was like a quench of thirst.
Yeah, I feel
After-
like
I agree.
that break, I'm pretty sure you and I are about to touch on the same thing. The break between No Way Home in 2019, July, to January 2021, is like, okay, so this story's done. We're going to take a small intermission before we go into the next stuff. What's in it? Obviously, COVID, the whole situation was unfortunate, but that break that we got between Phase 3 and Phase 4 was needed. I feel. So it's like, oh, okay, so we're done with, like, here's like Endgame. So there needed to be like a small break between Endgame and the next stuff, I think. Trying to figure out like the best way to say that.
It the
Definitely
said
nice that there was one.
intermission, whether intentional or not, gave one the audience a chance to breathe and kind of like decompress and recover from, like you said, the burnout. And it almost was like a mourning period for one, Tony Stark and Black Widow, and two, the arc itself. It gave us a chance to take a break from Marvel, take a break from the arc, and just kind of
Recover.
pro- recover. Yes, definitely recover,
Yeah.
but also process just how we feel about it. We were able to like go back and watch stuff, recatch up, or even just like stay away from Marvel entirely until the shows came out. We were able to kind of just rest.
This was like the only break I ever took from Marvel stuff. Was this time?
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because every new episode of anything that comes out, I'm always watching it. Every new movie that comes out, I try to be there every opening weekend.
Yeah.
There are two movies in this lineup that I did not go see opening weekend. One we'll talk about tonight. One is the next thing. But I also feel like there was like a sense of, I know this was a running question, especially with you, Dakota. How do you follow up Endgame?
Yep. How do you do
Like
that?
like everything that led up to, and we talked about this last time, Endgame wasn't just a movie. It was a cinematic event.
And I think that was like the biggest ride for everyone who's been on the train since like Iron Man has been on. It's like been a really deep emotional like roller coaster. And not just that, but if you think about it, Endgame is literally the end of the era for everyone who has been on that ride.
Yeah,
So that
exactly.
1 year gap, I feel kind of like it, like we said earlier, it was like bittersweet because we're saying goodbye to the storyline, the buildup from what is this? Everything's connecting. What are these stones? And for those who know what the stones were, I feel like a lot of you guys, everybody delved into the storyline a little more. Like, how many of us put on our thinking hats and like, wait, I've seen that before. I've seen that in either a comic, a game. Like, if anyone who's played any of the Capcom games with Marvel with the
Mhm.
gemstones where they had it, like the Power Stone and all that stuff, you're like, wait a minute, that seems familiar.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like Endgame was also where it left fans were like, the fans like were us where we're still on the train. We're like, yes, we want to know more. We want to see what direction it takes us. And then for like some of the other fans where they're like, you know what? I think Endgame is like the end for me. So I feel like a lot of fans were like, they jumped off of it. They're like, you know what? This is good enough for me. I don't want to delve more further into it because not that many people want to be in a long commitment with the way Marvel is going versus most of us. We're like, we want more.
Like I would like the next item, please.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that statement is definitely true with Phase 4 because, especially in a lot of the movies, there is a drastic drop off, and they've touched on this a lot, and they're working on fixing this. But there's definitely a drop off in terms of quality of the films. I can tell you right now, half of the Phase 4 films are on the bottom of my list in terms of movies that I enjoy.
Yeah.
It's because you don't like the Eternals.
We'll talk about that one later. Looking back on it, I enjoyed Eternals more than Thor: Love and Thunder.
Really?
Oh, that's really saying something.
I hated Thor: Love and Thunder, but that's not tonight.
I'm over here, but like, wait, no. We'll
I
save that for another time.
yeah. That's next episode's discussion. But yeah, WandaVision. Wanda's one of my favorite characters. She's my favorite like female adventure character, and I love seeing her story from the post-credit scene in Winter Soldier to Age of Ultron to Civil War to everything. Like, I've always enjoyed her, and I love Elizabeth Olsen. So obviously I was excited for this. And overall I enjoyed the show, but I feel like the marketing for the marketing, the elements of the show that the marketing focused on, like the TV show aspect, I didn't care for as much because it just felt weird. Like, okay, so what is she doing here? Like it and I feel like they didn't really. If they explained it, I missed the explanation. Okay, so why is this in the 50s? Why is this in the 60s, and so on and so forth? But as far as the characters, you know, like like her twins, Agatha. Oh my God, Agatha.
Agatha was great.
I love her
Love
song.
her.
But
I still have it on my Spotify.
Yeah, the song is
Same.
next level.
like in everything that this show set up for the future, especially for Doctor Strange 2, which again, that's next time. Man, all the hot takes are in next episode. Jeez, I'm looking at this like, God.
Oh
I don't know.
man.
You got some spicy takes for later in this one.
I mean, yeah, I've got a good one. I've got a good one for later on. But anyway, I really enjoyed it. I'm glad that she finally got like a quote unquote proper Scarlet Witch suit and actually took the name Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, that was huge.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like a lot of people were disappointed that Doctor Strange didn't show up at some point.
That was a big thing
Didn't-
because that was the
It
big
didn't need it.
rumor.
It didn't need it.
Him and Mephistos. Like,
Yeah, I remember when it was coming out, everyone was like, "Oh, it's gonna be Mephistos. Mephistos is gonna be involved."
Because
That
of the
was the
M.
thing.
Everyone kept
Yeah.
like deep digging
Yeah.
because of the
Yeah.
M. They're like, wait, that's Mephisto. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I did too.
And now that's just a meme.
Yeah, I thought it was
And
gonna
now it's
be.
just a meme at this point.
yeah.
Who's the villain in this movie? It's Mephisto. No, bitch.
Just like jokes on you. It's Wanda.
That I was not expecting that, by the way.
I want to say like going back to like the way it opened. The one thing I appreciate with WandaVision is the creep factor.
Oh, I love that.
The creep factor was real in that show. With was it the first? No, it was the second episode when she's at the, what is it called, the swimming pool hall, like the women's meetup or whatever.
Mm.
When we heard, what was the FBI agent's name again?
I can't remember his name. Wu?
Oh gosh.
Woo,
Agent
I think.
Wu.
Yeah.
It was Agent Wu. When you heard his voice coming through the radio, or when she saw the toy helicopter, she saw red and gold, which I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Or at the end of episode 3, when she was like, oh God, I'm pregnant, with the guy coming out of the sewer into the with the hazmat
Yeah.
suit, the beekeeper one. And she's like, no. And then they rewind time. I want to say like they did a good job with the creep factor, because at first everyone thought it was just like a sitcom. And for me, I was like, wait a minute, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what's going on? Like, this was cute and funny. Like, not gonna lie, I enjoyed it for it was the first 2 episodes. But in my mind, I'll be honest, I doubted Marvel for a minute. I was
Yeah.
like, wait, this isn't what we wanted. Like, where's the deep meaning of the movie? Like, or like of the TV shows? Like, it's Wanda. Come on, like, you have to give us something. And the further it went on, I'm like, oh crap. I'm like, I should have never have doubted them. The story went deep.
That's
Like,
my thing. Like
It got better.
I am a
later.
Kevin Feige like just purist. I practically worship everything that man says because he has not steered me wrong with anything the MCU has done. So, like, as far as like the overall story leading up to stuff, like the build-ups and whatnot. But yeah, so I didn't care. I was like, okay, so I'm confused, but let's see what goes on. And then the season finale was such a huge payoff because one, you had one of the most unique final battles ever with, and obviously, you know, we're talking about a show from 2 years ago
With Vision and White Vision.
Yes, just that conversation was one of my favorite
Okay.
scenes. And I was like, this is actually really cool.
I feel like what was it when she was in her 70s era, when the twins were born and everything, and when she got Monica out of that town,
Yeah.
there was like a really painful moment for her when she was looking at her own twins, and then like when she started singing to her kids, and she was like, when what was it when Monica mentioned Pietro, like
Mm-hmm.
that I want to say not what was her name? Her name was Elizabeth, right? Elizabeth Olsen?
Yeah.
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 Elizabeth Olsen, for a split second, her acting is it's so good. Like it was all in her eyes. Like when she was looking at her babies and when she heard Pietro's name, like
Yeah.
her eyes like went from like sorrow to hold up.
What'd you just say?
Exactly. And that whole transition scene creeped me out so much because then it made me think, it was like, wait a minute. If it's not Mephisto behind this, if it's not anybody else behind this,
Like, is this really Wanda pulling the strings?
yes.
Like, what? Because the whole
It-
time... Sorry. Go ahead.
No, no. It was. And I feel like, I don't know if anyone else felt it too. Like, were you guys like sitting there like, oh God, what's happening? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, every week I was confused,
Every
like
episode.
right up until the end. Like, what is going on?
But,
It's-
Yeah, so much.
like, first
Okay.
off, Elizabeth's acting just in general, like, she's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially in the final episode, I think, where it's like, episode 8 is the flashback episode, where it shows the build up to everything
Yeah.
leading
her
up to...
pain.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but Catherine
Not gonna
Hahn,
lie.
Is it Hahn or Han? The woman who plays Agnes, who ends up being Agatha. Like, she was fantastic.
I think it's Han.
But I feel like the surprise entry here, there's 2 surprise cast members. We got Darcy back for whatever reason, but I really liked her in this.
You're really questioning us getting Darcy back?
No,
I feel like
will-
Darcy and Wu really made it.
I'm
Yeah.
waiting on a spinoff for those 2. I think
I don't know
it'd
if
be
I'm the
fun.
only one, but some of the people who were in this really, to me at least, felt like they had a bunch of names on a wall and they threw a dart.
Yeah,
That's
I can see
fair.
that. I can see that.
Because it's like I think like a lot of the characters are fun. I really enjoyed them being in it, but like it's like, oh, this character, yeah, you know her. She was a little girl.
No, that's definitely a thing. Like, it took me a good second to remember who Monica even was.
Yeah,
Like, I'm almost certain I had to Google her.
I think I did too.
Who Monica Rambeau was?
Yeah.
It's like Rambo.
You're
Why
like-
does that name sound familiar?
Like this sounds familiar, but you don't
You're
look
like,
like any
that's what's her
character
name's
like
best
this.
friend's daughter. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like it's like how many darts did you throw to get that one? Like I don't. I loved WandaVision, but like yeah, there were just a few things.
The
that, to
one
me,
thing
felt
that
like a
just
little
tripped
random.
me out was the actor they got to play Pietro.
Yeah,
We didn't get...
this was one that like
Aaron Tyler Johnson.
I loved that, but it also frustrated me.
We
I'm gonna
got
be honest.
Evan Peters from the Fox movies.
I'm not mad at it though.
Yeah, I agree.
It was fun
It's a thing.
while he was
Like-
playing Quicksilver.
I was like,
Yeah.
okay, what is what?
And it kind of like ties into the whole multiverse
Yeah.
thing
Mhm.
they were hinting at even back then. And it's a nice little nod to the fact that they could potentially bring in X-Men now. And then the twist with he wasn't even Pietro.
He was just
someone
a
else.
B-rate
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah.
No, so like legitimately, his entire inclusion was like it was a dick joke.
Rice jelly!
That was it. His character's name and everything. I'm pretty sure it was like something Wood or something,
I think so.
wasn't
Oh,
it?
Hold on.
So like his entire it was a
was-
setup for a joke.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I'm sorry. We got a raid.
yeah,
right.
Whole rice and jelly.
Ralph Boner is the
Yes.
name of the
Yep,
character.
that was it. Yeah.
Right.
So it was like so they teased us with like, hey, you know who this person is? right?
Oh yeah.
And we're
We
like,
like this
yeah, we
person."
know them. It's like, wait a second. Are we gonna?
I would just like to
Are
say,
we getting the X
I would
Men?
just
Are we
like to
getting the
say
X
with
Men?
that-
And it's like, no, it's a dick joke.
I would just like to say, didn't see that coming.
Oh,
That's fair.
Not like that.
Yeah, there were just a few things like that frustrated me. I'll
But-
be honest, because it's like it was one of like the handful of times like in the MCU where there was a door open to be like, hey, X Men.
First
Oh,
off,
like,
thanks,
you
Kevin.
know,
they
Yeah,
were-
thank you so much
They
for
were
the
all
raid.
over that.
We have
And I feel like-
Bella, we have Dakota, we have Tony, and we have Leota.
Hi.
We as friends, we like talking about Marvel stuff.
We're all about Marvel.
Yes.
True.
I
Yeah.
don't think I'm gonna be getting off the Marvel train anytime soon. So, all
Oh,
No,
I'm the
definitely
conductor. Like, come on, let's go. Let's go.
right, we're gonna be on Nate's train. We're gonna be like, onward. Next movie now.
adventure there.
I'm looking
for someone
to share.
All I'm saying is, if I'm 80 years old, expect to still see me at the movie theaters for the next Marvel movie in 2098.
Hey, Grandpa, you want to go see the new Marvel movie? Yeah, go. Let's go.
I can't wait for Marvel's new movie, Spider-Man 87.
Be walking with our
We're doing
canes and our like
Spider-Man
motor
2099.
scooters.
They still have theaters then. I would be shocked.
Oh, but hey, I can't wait to see what
been
Peter
around for
Parker
this
does
long.
in Spider-Man 95.
We're just gonna be like, get out of the way, kids.
Technology.
This is for us
guys, really
adults.
cool shit. Nope.
Same.
Bring mobility. Yeah, we're all gonna be on mobility
the
scooters going to the
scooters.
next Marvel movie.
True.
We're all gonna be
But
having like
definitely.
the floating chairs like Charles Xavier.
Look,
Oh
movie
yeah.
night-
You know
movie
what?
night at the old folks' home is gonna get ridiculous because we're all just gonna start fighting when they show Civil War.
D&D every Friday night.
Yeah.
You know what? They say that when you're older, you don't care anymore. You just do whatever makes you happy. So I believe there will be a Civil War in the old folks' home.
I'll still be streaming. What are you talking about?
It's gonna be half team Cap, half team Iron Man, and we're just gonna be duking it out.
It's gonna be a bunch of us 80-year-olds with like Captain America's shield and Iron Man's helmets running at each other with our
But the
canes,
shield
like,
is just like the lunch
We're
tray.
just jousting in the hallways with our different memorabilia, having someone either push us or just using the
So
electric.
it has the old school Hulk foam hands.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
I'll have the foam Thor hammer, just like let's go by the power of Asgard.
Actually, we made our own what is it called? What's not Mjolnir, but Stormbreaker. We made our
Ooh.
own Stormbreaker.
Ooh.
I need a
So
storm.
heavy.
I want the full
Should I
like
bring it?
replicas of those.
Should I bring it? Or should I save that for Thor Love and Thunder? We'll save that for Thor Love and Thunder.
Yeah, save it for
Yeah.
Feel that?
save it for Thor.
Yeah, we'll save
Feel
that one.
I already got my hammer.
He's like, I got mine.
Leave
he's got his
some.
armor.
Well, I'm gonna eat a bean while we bring up
Eat
like
You're
the
worthy.
overall,
Eat the beef.
the overall feeling of
Eat-
WandaVision. Pretty good start, you know. First of the Disney Plus TV shows, really good. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That final scene with the
It
family,
was-
really sad. But then the scene with her in the log cabin, I was like, oh, what's happening?
This just popped in my head, and I want
Yay.
to say it real fast. Is that like Agatha was so evil and despicable. Because it just I just remembered during like the song and everything she admitted to killing the dog.
I know.
And I killed Sparky
killed
too.
Sparky.
And I killed Sparky, and I was like, no!
Like everything, everyone else was fine. She was. I'm still convinced that everything else would have been fine and forgivable. The fans would have been like, "Oh, it's fine. She's
She's
just
fine. I killed the dog.
To be honest-
Kill
she's
her.
a villain era." And then she gets to the part where she kills
Look at
Sparky,
the
and is
dog.
like, "No."
I'll be honest,
There with their
everything else I could
pitchforks and
look
like
past.
torches.
I could have looked past everything else except Sparky.
Yep.
Exactly. We're all like, burn
Yep.
the witch.
Yeah, literally.
Pitchforks in hand. We're ready.
But
During the song, wow, this is a catchy song. This isn't so bad. She's pretty great.
I like this. I like this.
Oh,
Kill the
kills.
dog. I hate her.
I hate
Yep.
her now.
Yep. She deserved what was honestly. Wanda's power is so terrifying that she was able to make Agatha so docile and under her command whenever she needs her. Like that, I feel
Yeah.
is terrifying.
Which leads
And
me,
if you guys,
which leads me to 2 points. One, that quote unquote final battle between Wanda and Agatha in the sky was so cool,
oh yeah,
and the fact that she made like she did the spell in the clouds.
Mm.
oh her wards and
Yeah,
everything.
the wards.
Yeah,
Like, was just really cool. But two, I can't wait to see the Agatha TV show.
Agatha
Same.
Harkness.
I don't think that's gonna be the last fight between the two of them.
Oh, it's not.
No.
It's not. But in the comics, like Agatha actually trains Wanda. So
Doesn't she train their kids?
Would it be willingly or mainly because she's forced to because of Wanda?
I feel like
Ooh, that's a good question.
I feel like it's gonna be a bit of both. Like we don't know. We don't know what direction the MCU is gonna take it. Like in like the films or TV shows. So we'll see what
That
they
is
do with
true.
that. But WandaVision, really good start. The next one was pretty heavy the entire time. Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
That one, I feel like the timing of that one and everything that happened that was going on in real life kind of just like unintentionally did a thing. If you guys know what I'm talking about.
Excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I feel like was a much needed show in the time frame of everything that was going on amidst the pandemic and
Yeah.
you guys know like the BLM movement that
Yeah.
I feel like it touched a lot of touchy topics, especially with what was his name? The last remaining super soldier.
Isaac. Well, he was the first
Isaac,
one.
there
He
you
was
go.
the first one, I think.
No, I think he was the
It
second
was
one.
the first, wasn't he?
after
Or yeah, it would have been after. I think
he was definitely after Captain America, but he was
yeah.
like the second one that it worked on. And for everyone who knows his backstory, and if you guys, the viewers, if you guys don't know, like he was a batch of what was it, military? It was like him and a couple of other experiments that they were testing the serum
Korean
on.
War veteran and super soldier who
Yeah.
was imprisoned and experimented on for 30 years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Man, that one's like that show is really like touchy, unintentionally touchy, actually.
Yeah, it was a heavy show.
Don't know if
It was a heavy show. It was one of my
necessarily unintentional.
favorites.
It definitely was.
Because I feel like they went in and they wanted to show they went in and they already knew how people were going to react to Sam being Captain America. A lot
Yeah.
of people weren't going to be happy. A lot of people weren't happy when he got the shield at the end of the movie. And so they wanted to go in and kind of head it off and be like, look, we already know that this is how y'all are going to be. So we're going to show you a mirror and be like, this is why this is fucked up. So I think a lot of the themes that they used were intentional. One, to kind of just like show people the struggles that Sam would face as a black superhero, as the face of America, show Sam's struggles as accepting that he's good enough to carry the shield,
Mm-hmm.
and just also him and his couple counseling with Bucky.
I love those two together.
I know they
do
hated
have
each
a really
other,
good
but
dynamic.
they do.
But
I know when that show came out, it was with a lot of controversy because a lot of people were getting mad at it, saying that they were trying to push an agenda,
Mm-hmm.
which they were, but not in the way that the viewers took it as. Because, like you said earlier, who wanted to accept a black Captain America at that time? And then in real life, like that's still something that a lot of people had a hard time dealing with. But the thing is, like Captain America said, well, no, I don't think he said it in the movie. but I know in one of the comics he did, where it's like it's not about the man, the color of a man wielding it. It's the intentional, the pure heartedness
Yeah.
of the man who is deserving of the shield, and he felt that Sam was deserving. And when Sam told Bucky that, I don't think that you and Cap thought about, I don't want to misquote Sam,
It was
but
like,
when he was
I felt
saying,
like he was wrong choosing me, and then Bucky was like,
yeah,
if
there
he
you
was wrong
go.
about you, then he was wrong about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like
Especially
that
after
was
everything
really
that Bucky had been
heartbreaking.
through.
Yeah.
That was
Bucky.
another dynamic of the show that I liked. Is it reflected more on Bucky's past too, and him confronting everything he did. And then there's a couple of other things they put in there, like when Sam was trying to get the loan, they were like, "Stark don't pay you guys" or whatever. And
Yeah.
Oh,
But
man.
It's like we're not on Stark's payroll. We
there's no
we
Stark
don't
to
even
pay
work for
us.
him.
There's
He's like
kinda-
he's just there like we are, okay?
yeah. But there was a
And-
new Captain America in the first half of the show.
Oh gosh, I forgot about
Wyatt
that.
Russell as
Yep.
John Walker.
Honestly, I did feel bad for John Walker. He, in terms of strength, he fit the bill. In terms of appearance, he fit the bill, which is what they were
Mhm.
going for. And he had the right intentions. And the thing was like, for someone like him who's been through war and everything, kind of like how Steve did, but the thing was like, Steve went into war as a super soldier. He didn't, start off not as a super soldier before.
He was going through the boot camp.
Mhm.
He was the training for the serum, yeah.
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 Well, that's still like the military training boot camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas John Walker, he already
had a history in the military.
Yeah, he already had a history in the military. And it's like with his way of doing things and trying to live up to like Captain America's like ideology or how the world sees him, I feel like that's what broke him because he's like, I could do it the traditional Captain America way or I could do it my way. And doing it his way is what got him extremely hated because he's extreme,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. And now, if I remember right, wasn't part of that whole thing like he wanted to work with Bucky and them? They're like, no.
Yeah, he
we're
was
not
he was
gonna work
like,
with you."
listen, you
Yeah.
guys worked
Yeah.
alongside Captain America. I want to work with y'all. No.
And I understand why they said no, but I still think like a lot of things could have been prevented if they did just like set aside their
Differences.
bias and
if they had
agree to
actually
work
had a
with them.
conversation,
Yep.
Mhm.
because
They're
there
just
was
talking
like
out,
they
man.
never had a full-on talk about, listen, this is where we're at, this is what happened, can we find common ground? If we can't, this ain't gonna work. But Sam and Bucky were like, you're just trying to be Steve, you're not Steve, piss off. Which, to be fair, they're not wrong.
No.
And he
I
didn't
feel-
handle that well at all.
No. I
But-
feel like Sam kind of like he was justified in being angry that that they gave the shield to someone else without consulting him about it. Wait, did they consult Sam about?
They didn't
They-
consult Sam to anyone. He donated the shield to the museum. And then
Yeah.
they took the shield and said, we need a Captain America. Hey, John, come here. Here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like he has a right to be upset and wants nothing to do with John because like they didn't consult him about making someone else the next Captain America, knowing that he was the one that Steve left the shield to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which was
But-
always a thing. It's like, wait, so at the end of Endgame, Steve gave you the shield, and now you're giving it to the museum. Okay.
Mm.
Which I can understand, like, Sam's not a super soldier. He doesn't have the strength physically that Steve did. But he's got the heart that Steve had.
Which is why Steve chose him.
Yeah. Also, Jen, hi, I love your face. And also Cody, love your face. But again, I enjoyed the show. It was The irony here is one of my favorite MCU films, and probably my favorite MCU solo outing is Captain America Winter Soldier. Which I like to say I'm not big on like political movies and stuff, but I love Winter Soldier. It's my favorite solo MCU film. I love like the old Tom Clancy movies. I love Shooter. So I feel like I enjoy more than I say I do. And I was kind of nervous about the show because it's another like heavy political show, but it was done really well, I thought.
It was.
In the tone of, okay, so we don't have Captain America. You know, the symbol of America. We need a symbol again.
Yep.
And the guy they got to be that symbol could not live up to it. Could not handle the stress, the responsibility of being Captain America. And that was depicted in an episode, I believe, 4, when he practically, again, spoiler alert, decapitated the guy with the shield.
Did
That was 4.
I have
but
to ask
I
a question
remember
for
the-
everyone? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
So, for everyone here, how did you guys feel seeing that shield being used to kill somebody? I have to know what your
Um,
guys' thought and emotion when you saw that and when the blood was like dripping from the shield.
knowing,
Trying to remember.
I remember thinking, oh, it's tainted now.
Yeah. No, I can't remember. That was pre or post, like right after he took the serum. I can't remember.
It
when
was
that
after.
happened. Yeah. Okay.
Because
I knew there was a lot
the
going
start of
on
the
with
next
that.
episode is Sam and Bucky coming to him saying, look, we get it, you're upset, but you can't have the shield. What you just did,
Yeah.
that is like, you're supposed to be the next Captain America. That was not a Captain America move. You're not Captain America. Give us the shield.
In
And
a way,
and he wiped the floor with those two, but they still beat him and got the shield back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was shocked, honestly. I it felt
Also,
I
I would like
kinda-
to point out, like, all my thoughts on this. Like, I've only seen everything like once through, so
yeah.
I'm going off of like everything that I
It's been a
remember
while.
as I saw it. Because I'm really bad about going back and rewatching shit.
Same.
Well, it's so hard to keep up with the newer stuff, man.
Speak
There
for
was a
yourself.
part of me that felt bad for John in that moment. I kind of not in a sympathetic like, oh, he should get off, but as a pity kind of thing.
Mhm.
Because he had just lost someone who was very
That's
important to
right.
him.
He
so
lost
I
his best
under-
friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I understand his actions. Do I condone them? Absolutely not. Do I commend the actor for being able to portray a character that is mostly universally hated? Also, yes.
That's the
Because
big.
damn, Wyatt did a good job.
Oh, I loved him. I loved him. And that, to add on to what you were saying, I didn't hate John Walker. Like, I hated that he was trying so hard to be Captain America. But I feel like it's less that, like, I hated the fact that he felt like he had to try hard. And especially in that moment, like you said, you feel bad for him. He's trying. And it's just not working. And you can see the disappointment in his face. Because he was genuinely disappointed, like, after the fact. But he was like, I'm sorry. And what?
I mean,
Like,
I
you do feel bad for him.
dislike the character. I adore the actor.
See, I like that because not a lot of people were able to differentiate the actor between the character.
A lot of people
and
can't.
I hate
A
that.
lot of people
Yeah.
can't. Look at Game of Thrones. People do that all the time on Game of Thrones. Hell, the actor who played Joffrey retired from acting because of that.
Yeah,
That's
all the
not
hate
his
that
fault.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan got after like his appearance after he killed Glenn and the other
Abraham.
dude, Abraham. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Walking Dead. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. People were upset with him, but they're still... We
Little
still love you,
ladies
though.
going down the street, just like
Like, I can't
threatening.
stay mad at Jeffrey Dean.
We can't stay mad at Papa Winchester. Listen.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Bullshit.
Especially if you're if you're a fan of the boys.
That
Okay, if you're Sam and D, you could be mad at him all you want.
okay,
Oh,
okay,
I'm
hold on,
absolutely
hold on,
mad
hold
at him
on.
for Sam and Dean. Sam,
The
Dean, and Bobby.
episode when he comes back and you get like the reunion of the four of them, spoiler alert, whatever. Is such a good episode. And so
Tell
it's
me
like
their mom smacks him, please.
with her mouth.
That's not good enough. Mary should have punched him.
She should have
did.
punched him and then kissed him.
I mean, yeah.
Listen, mistakes happen.
Mistakes.
Man, no one even talking about the other part of the subplot of that show with the Sharon twist. That actually got me
Yeah.
surprised.
I forgot all about that.
Now kiss. But
Or
Sharon,
no, because they had to work with they had to work with Zemo too, didn't they?
yeah,
Mhm.
which
Yeah,
I
say
loved
that.
Zemo in this.
Let's not forget the gorgeous Dora Milaje who made their appearance because
Oh,
of
yeah.
Zemo. Not gonna. I got excited. I sat there and I was like, yes.
Same. No, absolutely same. Like I cackled so hard whenever they took Bucky's arm.
Yeah,
Just the look on his
Or
face.
when John Walker decided to go hand in hand with the Dora Milaje.
and
When
both
they watched
Sam
the floor
and
with
Bucky
him,
were like, oh, "You don't want to do that. No, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. I got this. I got this." Whoop on his ass.
That
I
was
love
such
that
a great
part. It was like a okay, that focus. Someone did it for us moment.
moment.
Thank you. I appreciate you. But
I kind of like the return of Zemo because of the future plot that's going to build up with the next phases coming up. And I did not know. I know very little about Zemo, but I did not know that he was actually a villain, like a actual. I mean,
yeah,
villain, but like he actually has more involvement type villain.
I don't know how much involvement he has.
he's a major villain. Like he's a major rival in multiple stories.
The only bit I know about him is that
Man,
he and his father
literally caused Civil War.
He
Yeah.
literally destroyed the Avengers.
Yeah,
I know that he and
that's
his
true.
father are both like Captain America villains, and they both have masks that are supposed to be glued to their face.
Yeah.
That Steve did. Like that's literally all I know.
I didn't even know he was a Baron.
Yeah. Same.
Baron Zemo.
Yeah.
Tony,
When after
I'm so sad we didn't get Mission Report, December 16, 1999.
What is
actually, no,
Mission
wait,
Report?
didn't he say that?
I don't remember him
Oh, no,
saying
no,
that
you're-
in the episodes.
No, wait, I think he did. He tried testing Bucky and then saw that it didn't work.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
he
I think
tried
you're
to say
right.
his trigger words.
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part of the of that series?
Who did your Tiff?
I'm about to say,
Yes.
which one was that? Say, who's going here?
I was wondering, like, did he accidentally mute himself? Like, everything okay?
He was for a second.
Oh, oops.
Yeah. Okay. I unfortunately didn't see this one, so that's why I was being quiet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Wasn't trying to call you out. Was trying to include Sadie.
No,
Oh,
it's your
let's not forget Bucky flirting with Sam's sister.
Listen,
Ooh.
I was shipping 1000%. I was shipping 1000%.
Same.
I was just happy they got the damn boat fixed finally.
I know.
like,
My favorite,
playing
speaking of the
with
boat,
Bucky's
my favorite
nephews
line is when
adorable.
Bucky's using the wrench
Yes.
to tighten something. Why didn't we use a metal arm? I didn't think about it. Left-handed, something like that. And Sam's like, "What?"
They're adorable. They were really adorable.
I
And
love
with
the
his
banter.
I was not disappointed, but I was hoping this was going to be like a full-on like buddy cop film, like TV series,
Mhm.
like with all the comedy mixed in with some action.
Was it not?
it was more drama and action heavy, with a little bit of comedic factor thrown in here and there, which I was kind of expecting like more humor with the side of action. But what we got was really good. Like I really enjoyed the show.
Kind of like what Bella pointed out, like Bucky's like interactions with Sam's
Mhm.
nephews was really cute.
Yeah.
It was.
Especially when he was sleeping on the couch and they were like looking away at him and then they scurry away. I'm like, oh, you're so adorable.
Yeah. But
I not gonna lie, I was hoping that they would kind of like hook up.
yeah.
Kinda.
Still might.
Yeah, you never know.
Still early.
We got the character who's going to end up being the new Falcon, who is in the new Captain America movie. Joaquin Torres, who is the character on the plane, like the guy who worked with Sam, who was on the plane and then helped him on the final mission or something.
Yeah.
He's the guy who's going to end up being the next Falcon. So
I did not know that.
I feel bad we haven't talked about like the quote unquote main villain of this arc and like that whole plot point, because like in a way there was justification to like how they were feeling, because everyone who was involved in that were people who disappeared in the blip.
Yeah.
And then they come back, they have nowhere to go. Their homes have been redistributed to other people.
Yep.
They have nothing.
The partners have moved on. Kids that they may have grown up seemingly in the blink of an eye.
Which to them it
Yeah.
literally was, but
Yeah.
and the government for the country like wouldn't do anything for them, and so like you can understand their anger, but again, it's a matter of I see where you're coming from. Bad approach. So
She was very extreme in her methods. Like you said, like there was a lot of reason behind it, but she was just
yeah,
I feel like, you know what? I'm realizing something about phase 4 the more we go into it, especially with the next episodes, the next lineups coming up, is that everything in these shows has been handled very extremely. Like in the other previous movies, like with the other phases, like they were extreme, but they weren't like too extreme. But now, like in phase 4, like everything's gotten like intense.
It's almost, I think I understand what you're saying. It's almost like they kind of just brush off the stuff that happens. We don't really see any of the major consequences of what happens, like the whole fight with New York and all of that
Mhm.
happening and everything being destroyed. Just about between that and just like the next major movie that comes out, it's just like I don't even remember if they reference it. I don't know if they even have a throwaway line in there about, oh yeah, Tony Stark had to write a really big check to pay for that.
Yeah.
I think it was just like,
or Shield probably did some. We don't know.
yeah, like I don't know if they ever referenced it at all, and if they did, it was like way later in the phase.
Not a direct reference, but the closest we got was
No.
Spider-Man: Homecoming,
Yeah.
because that was part of the Vulture's job. They were cleaning up everything.
That's why he was so
Oh
pissed.
yeah.
Forget what the group was called.
That was when they were getting the weapons from what were they called?
So you mean to tell me that poor Peter Parker has to face Tony Stark's consequences again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it, Tony.
I
That's-
think
that's
in
why he
Agents
fought
of
Vulture.
Shield.
Not you, Tony. We like you.
I'm sure they did.
Tony, what did
He's
you
like,
do?
what I do?
Damage control. That's what it was. Damage control. I'd say, damn it, Tony, you had one job, but Tony's a man of 1,000 jobs. So
That is
it's like what Obadiah Stane says in the first movie. The best thing about Tony is also the worst thing. He's always working.
Yeah.
Do
No,
we
that's
really
he got
put
things
little
done.
Yeah.
blips of things in there for things like that, and then obviously the Sokovia thing, but they
Yeah.
really hit home in this one, which I think isn't some of the aren't some of the upcoming things, or one of them supposed to touch on the blip stuff, if I remember right?
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
Black Widow
I think especially
does.
in Loki
No, no, no.
too.
I meant like some of the upcoming.
Oh, some of the
things.
upcoming.
I remember reading that somewhere. I thought it said one of them was going to be like during that time frame.
Were they
I
were
remember
they
what
gonna
it
touch on it
was.
in Loki too?
Loki 2, yeah.
Or was that just gonna focus on
Daredevil. Daredevil is a show like half of it takes place during the blip.
Okay, maybe that's what
Oh,
it was.
okay.
you
I was
know, that's a
trying
very good introduction for Daredevil. I was like, what happens when all the heroes are away?
You know, got a
Oh,
point.
trying to remember if Loki took place before, after, or during, but I guess it's after.
Well, we'll talk about
Loki
Loki
is
here in a second.
weird.
Wibbly wobbly,
Timey-wimey
timey
stuff.
wimey.
Timey-wimey stuff, yeah.
But at the end of the show, you know, Sam's Captain America. Bucky's kind of his BFF, but I know what goes on with him later on. Blah blah blah. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's interested in like Thunderbolts and Captain America: New World Order. John Walker becomes U.S. agent, courtesy of an ongoing character named Val.
Madam
Love
Hydra.
Val.
I mean,
So happy for Val.
You say that, I can't stand her.
Yeah, most people can't.
she is gonna be
Valentina
Madam
Allegra
Hydra,
de
right?
Fontaine. Oh yeah, she's yeah.
Oh yeah.
What'd you say,
I'm fully
Leota?
waiting on it.
She's gonna
Is-
give Zemo a run for the money.
She is.
But
When I saw that purple streak in her hair, I was like, purple's the next color theme. She's Madam Hydra. She's
purple's the
here.
color of Hydra's hair.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
I mean-
overall, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I mean, at least we finally have our Captain America. And honestly, he is well deserving. And I feel like one day John Walker's Captain America might warm up to Sam's. Because in the comics, US Agent always heavily respected Captain America as a whole in general. Like
Mom
out of
says
all the
hydration check.
Huh?
Sorry. I said
Hydrate.
mom says hydration check, sorry.
hydrate. Hydrate.
That's everyone in call.
Oh.
But
Delicious water.
before we move on, like the final question, what did you think? What do you think of Sam's Captain America costume?
I liked it.
Yeah. It sticks to the color theme of Captain America without being a total ripoff of what Steve wore.
And it is
Or
comic
what
accurate,
John
so
wore.
obviously I think it looks very good.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, Falcon and Winter Soldier, solid show. Really enjoyed it. Definitely set up a lot of things moving forward.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Which by the way, I want to throw this out there real quick. Everyone, like, one of the things that I keep seeing people getting upset about the MCU Phase 4 is there's no connection to them. Everything's kind of its own thing. Which, one, that's how Phase 1 was, for the most part.
That's true.
But two, I read this somewhere and it makes sense. The overarching theme for Phase 4 is grief. Dealing with grief, like dealing with like a variety, like various different forms of grief, loss, and how you handle it and move on from it.
So WandaVision, got it.
WandaVision, Falcon, Loki, Black Widow, Spider-Man, Hawkeye.
Oh
Yeah.
god,
Doctor
especially
Strange.
Hawkeye.
Oh, I can't wait to get to Hawkeye.
I disagree with what you said about they're not connected. Because at least by the end of the episode of a lot of shows, you could see that the common theme, well, except for maybe not Falcon, but with a lot of the shows, you could see the common theme was going towards multiverse.
Yeah.
That is true.
And like, yeah, they weren't connected to each other, but we all know that it's all headed towards the same direction.
Especially with the ending of WandaVision.
Mm-hmm.
When she was in her cabin casting the spells and she heard her kids' voices, I was like, oh no, here we
Yeah,
go again.
like
Using the Darkhold,
mm,
which again won't get into.
Darkhold.
This feels like the Phase 2 podcast all over again. Because, we want to talk about stuff, but they're not stuff that becomes really relevant until, like, future installments, aka the next episode.
well,
So hard sometimes.
I mean, I don't think any of us really expected to be able to do just half of Phase 4. Like, there's gonna be
Yeah.
references made
Yeah.
to, like you said, future installments. Like, we're gonna have to.
Yeah. I'm looking at Phase 4's lineup, and I'm over here trying to figure out, like, Grief and definitely Moon Knight, definitely Doctor Strange. Yes, Miss
Oh
Marvel.
god, I can't wait till we talk
Thor.
about Moon Knight.
Oh, yes.
Oh man.
But,
Well, see, that was always my whole thing with it, is that, there was always been some sort of like an overlap. I know that you're talking about teasing multiverse stuff, but like it didn't feel like there was a big payoff for some of this stuff, like in the sense of like, oh, where's our big team up movie? Because this was the main phase without one, if I recall right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
that was my
Spider-Man
view.
had one.
That's a different type of team up.
Which, we'll get to that.
That was a
one.
beautiful team up.
Oh, we're going to get to that one.
It's
I can't
so-
wait to talk about that one.
It's also something that we have to take into consideration. Not only is it an entirely new phase, they're pretty much starting from scratch again. They're having to rebuild the Avengers again. So I don't really expect any big team up movies for a minute. Just because they have to lay the foundation, give everyone's backstories underway, like kind of be like, hey, this is a thing that we're gonna have to do. And I mean, I guess there was kind of a team up in Doctor Strange, or at least
For a minute, yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Next time. But anyway.
I was like, for a second.
We'll touch on it here and there. Let's speak it in there. Loki.
Ah, yes, Loki, the show that got everyone riled up for no reason.
Oh god. That is padre.
same.
Not me having a Loki poster next to my bed. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Love that.
I would look at that.
I didn't ask this question about Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I missed it, but whatever.
Question?
Going
You can
into
ask.
Loki. Well, okay, fine. Go into Falcon and Winter Soldier. How were you feeling about it?
I loved it.
I was excited.
Actually, I want to say it made me emotional, especially with Isaiah getting the recognition he deserved towards the end.
Yeah.
That was well deserved. That was well done, and his reactions. Kudos to the actor because
Oh yeah.
all the emotion he did, even though all he did was just stand there and just look at his section of the museum, I was
Yeah.
like, damn, that's 1,000 feelings. I was happy with it,
Like, it was all in his eyes.
Yep.
especially when his grandson standing next to him, like in awe, like, wow, that's my grandfather. I feel that was nicely done. I want to say for me, it was, in terms of feels, 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah, it was a very emotional show. I went into it excited because I already knew the dynamic that those two like characters had, and I was just ready for all the banter and all the shenanigans and all the just like giving each other a hard time. I
Okay.
definitely wasn't expecting what we got, but I am very happy with what we got.
Yeah.
Like you said,
It's-
especially with Isaiah's whole like introduction and the way they did the character in it.
I also feel like if I remember right, Isaiah's grandson is a future, like, big player in the Avengers. Probably definitely going to be a. It feels like they're, especially with the introduction of someone in Hawkeye, Miss Marvel, and a few other characters. It feels like they're teasing young Avengers.
You know what?
I think you're right.
That would
But-
make sense.
But given the lineup that we have, it doesn't look like it. in terms of like
Oh
getting
no,
a
that
Young
could be the
Avengers,
big
but
team-up movie that we're gonna be
Yeah,
getting.
it's tough to say.
yeah, we'll see.
I'm just sad I'll never get Captain America and Black Widow's son.
Hey, anything's
hey,
possible
hey,
now.
hey, multiverse, you never
Yeah.
know, it might happen.
Yeah,
Ah,
exactly.
you're right.
But yeah, going into Loki, what were your thoughts besides Daddy?
Heavy.
Mommy.
Or in my case,
Oh,
Mommy,
yeah,
because
Mommy.
Silva.
Because
No,
Sylvie,
no,
yeah.
it's Sylvie, right? Sylvie? Or is it
Yeah,
Silva?
Sylvie.
Yeah.
Sylvie.
Yeah, Sylvie.
I want to say the first episode when he landed in Mongolia and he was like, kneel before me. And they're just like, who are you? I laughed. Especially when the time police cops, what were they called? The
TVA.
Yeah.
Time Variant Authority.
Aid Authority. Or was it Authority? Yeah, it was Authority.
I think it's Authority.
Mhm.
Agency would be too cliche. I think it was Authority.
Yeah, when she came in and basically
Yeah, Time Variance
humbled
Authority.
Loki, I enjoyed every minute of it.
Oh, I loved it. But when Loki first was captured and was going through like the whole, like just going through like the paperwork and whatnot, can you sign this and confirm that this is everything you've ever said in your entire life? What?
Yeah.
Prints off. Sign this one too.
Oh man.
No,
The
this
only
is
Speaking of
this
that-
is fine. Asgardian leather. You will not.
When he went through the thing and they're like, "Are you sure you're not like an android robot or whatever? Because if you're not, you're
Yep.
gonna explode." He's like, "How would I know if I am? I don't know."
Just like the whole processing Loki shenanigans. is
Processing. That's
great.
the word. Thank you.
There
You're
you,
welcome.
yeah.
I don't words.
Actually, seeing him behave and actually cooperate because of him seeing like the steps of the TVA was magical.
Like
It was extremely magical.
the very beginning when someone else decided they were gonna try and run and they were just like disintegrating,
Evaporated.
and then all of a sudden he's just like, here it is. See, I have it here.
Very reminiscent to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. No ticket. And everyone's just like scrambling to get their tickets out.
Oh man.
I didn't think about that. Yes.
That is true.
I didn't either until she brought that up. I was like, oh yeah, like Indiana Jones. Yeah, that ticket.
Oh,
No
'cause
ticket.
the one main driving factor that had to think about for a second was that this isn't the Loki that had went through everything we saw.
No.
This
This is
was
2012.
Avengers.
This is
That was
2012.
Yeah.
like-
And he had to sit there and watch everything happen.
Yep.
And then when he saw his mother die, oh man.
And
See
then
everything
the
from
whole
that.
thing in Infinity War.
Yep. Saw that.
Also, Tony, if we're spoiling this for you, I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Oh no.
He's like, I will go into this with newfound information.
I
I
got you.
don't mind at all.
The one thing I hated, and I know it was just a joke, was they're like, it's like, oh, Infinity Stones, and it's like, yeah, here, you can have them. They were just desk weights.
Where
or
did you get
whatever.
these? Oh, they're just kind of, everywhere. We have them as paperweights.
Yeah.
Right.
You're
Part
right
of
about
me
the grief
liked
segment.
that because it felt like it kind of put a whole thing into perspective for that version of Loki. Is like, wow, everything that I was trying to do and all the
Yep.
shit that I was trying to do and all of the people that I hurt, and they are just useless paperweights in this area.
You mean to tell me there's 5 time stones here? Excuse me?
Mhm.
But
And like you said, with it being like the grief era, seeing how Loki's purpose, his glorious purpose and everything was actually like
nothing.
nothing. And that hurt him.
Oh yeah.
And you're right. Like from Wanda to Falcon and Winter Soldier and everything down the line, everyone's realization and loss, even though Loki never went through the loss that future Loki went through, like seeing
Mhm.
what his actions got everyone, I feel like that really did break him. Even though he didn't want to like admit it.
Yeah. My biggest gripe with Loki.
My dog is like staring at me weird.
I want you guys to tell me
Okay.
an instance in Loki when Owen Wilson said, "Wow."
Doesn't
I don't
exist.
think he did.
That's such a missed opportunity.
That was what everyone was wanting to happen, and then
Owen
it just like,
Wilson
didn't
never said
happen.
"Wow"
Wow,
in
the
a Marvel
streak is
movie.
over.
How could they
It
do
could
that?
still happen.
But seriously, like I was beyond impressed with Tom Hiddleston and Owen Wilson's chemistry together. They were
Their dynamic was
they were
great.
so fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
But and I want to throw this in here in terms of like the TV shows compared to like yes, this is a streaming service. You can just stream whenever. The new episodes you have to wait for, and a lot of this that wait was just sometimes agonizingly painful.
Oh yeah.
And that's how it's been with
always
One
hate that
Division,
wait.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and now Loki. It's like, oh my god, I need to know what's going to happen next. I need to know what's going to happen next. Wait next week, motherfucker.
No.
Yeah.
You're right, because with the other Marvel movies, we were privileged with just being able to watch through like an hour to 3 hours of a movie. And we're like, yeah, information. And now we're like, oh god, you mean somebody have 6 more days?
Yep.
Which
Because
is
like
so
back,
funny because we
back
used
in
to
my
do that
day,
all the damn
like,
time.
that was like I remember like the two shows that really got me with that were Supernatural and The Walking Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Really
needing
not
to know
Dragon
what's
Ball
going to
Z?
happen next. And now, like with those shows, you can just binge them, so it's no big deal. Especially in the later half of Loki, I was dying to know
Oh
where
yeah.
this was leading up to. And then when you finally see who the Loki variant they're chasing was, to what she was going after, because yeah, female Loki.
Yeah, that
Mm.
was. She
He
was
could have
going
been a
after something.
Valkyrie. We could have had a good Loki who just became a Valkyrie and supported Thor. We could have had that version.
Yeah, that thing. But where this season ended up,
I'm sorry.
just
Fine.
wow.
You forgot about the best Loki.
No, we didn't. We just haven't got there yet.
Oh, we haven't
Yeah.
talked about him yet.
It's just like when you said how how the season of Loki ended, all my brain is imagining is Loki kissing Loki, and I'm just like, damn.
And now you don't have to imagine it. And now you don't have to imagine it. You can just watch the
Loki
episode.
kisses
pause.
themselves.
Tony's over there just like, what?
Yeah, no, I'm like, what the hell are they talking? What did I miss?
You
It's like,
missed
tell
it.
me
It's
how much
okay.
you love yourself without telling me how much you love yourself.
I feel like that
That's
was a
Loki.
meme when that episode came out too.
Insert masturbation joke here.
Oh no. He really fell in love with himself. It's amazing.
It's self-love. It's
You know
thank
what?
you guys. Thank you. It is self-love.
Self
know
love
the
on the
worst-
next
Do you know
level.
what the best part of this is? When you said that, I thought of Prez.
Praise you beautiful bastard, love your face.
So I was like, wow, that sounds like what Prez would do in this situation. And then, bam, he appears.
Nikki, do you love
Uh,
anybody? Yes,
Prez,
I
I
love
love
myself.
Yeah,
That
that's the-
literally takes the phrase of "I date myself to the next level." That's
That's
Okay,
actually
you
really
would
what's
do
going
that.
on.
No, that-
honestly,
I love Prez.
that variant, not the variant, the TBA, the one who first captured Loki. Who do you guys think she might be? Because I've been hearing rumors saying that she's another variant of a Loki.
You talk about the person who's in charge?
No, not the skinny one. The one with the curly hair. The one who the first one we saw when she first came in.
I would have to see which one it is.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't-
remember off the top of my head.
Know if she's a variant of a Loki, but I think she might. I definitely think like she might be hiding something. Like she knows
definitely.
more.
Oh, definitely.
She knows more about what's going on, and she's trying to help orchestrate it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
And also, oh, sorry.
we forgot to mention okay, the joke I was going to make was everyone's favorite character, but I feel like there wasn't enough talk about this character with Loki. Tara
Yeah,
Strong
no.
is in this episode as Miss Minutes. The little animated clock. That's
Tara
Tara.
Strong.
Yeah.
She's so menacing.
Like, there's
I love
no.
it.
I feel like there's no. There was never enough talk about about Tara Strong being in this episode, in this show, than there should
I
have been.
don't know.
Hey,
Like-
nothing better than getting lectured by the clock.
I had a couple of running theories with my coworker Brent about how she's the one that's behind everything. Like not to the level of, oh, she's Mephisto. Like, no, she's the one that's behind everything and the reason why all of this is happening, instead of who we got.
Yeah.
I never really thought of that, to be honest. Now you got my brain thinking. My brain's like, wait a minute, did we miss something?
Hold up, what if?
No, it was all theories. Like, it was a fun little theory somewhere around episode 2. Like,
Mhm.
oh, wouldn't it be great if it all turned out to be the clock?
And a clock's just a Loki variant.
Any? I know, right? Miss Minutes
Well,
is
I
actually a
mean-
Loki variant. Okay. The
Two people.
disappointment of the what were they called? The Time Lords? No, they're not the Time Lords.
That's
The
Doctor Who.
We can call them Time Lords. I'm
Right.
down.
we'll call them Time Lords.
What the hell were they?
They
Time
were.
No.
My brain is
You
like
talking
dying
about
on
the
me.
TVA judges or some people?
No, the three that
Yeah,
were.
Oh, them, yeah.
Yeah, for all the lead up that we got, that was a little
Yeah.
disappointing.
Time Masters?
Yes.
Time Masters, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Timekeepers.
Oh, was it Timekeepers?
Timekeepers.
I think it was
Timekeepers.
Timekeepers.
Yep.
Loki variant, collect them all. Gotta catch them all, Lokimon. That works.
That I
way
feel like
too
that
well.
was disappointing because they actually do have prominent roles in the comics, and for them to just
Pokemon.
basically be animatronics, I was just like,
Yeah.
oh, that's they're just robots like everyone else here.
Yeah.
I feel like that was disappointing, just a little bit. But I mean, now knowing that Kang was behind it, I was like, okay.
Well, not
I mean, at least we got
necessarily Kang, just a variant.
a variant of Kang.
Yeah.
Is yeah.
Which, like, boom, there's that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We get our
Yeah.
first look at Jonathan Majors as the next Thanos level person. At least a variant of him.
I don't know. I feel like there's someone more aside from Kang. I feel like Kang is working alongside someone.
Yeah, himself.
So
Yeah.
he's working with all 368 versions of himself.
More of that self-love, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Kang is the master of self-love, okay? Just putting that out there.
No, that's
He
right.
is the teacher.
You merely indulged in this self-love. I was born in
You said
it.
Prez funny.
Uh,
But
What is the name of that actor?
um
I find him.
What's
Dakota, who are you talking about?
Best.
best character.
oh, Loki Gator, duh.
Yeah.
Hater Loki.
I didn't
That
know
was,
if you were
that was gonna be the answer to the question
What?
I was
Yes.
asked.
like, who's your favorite variant?
Yes, who's your favorite Loki variant? Gator Loki.
Gator.
There's a
exactly.
Gator Loki?
Loki
Yeah.
Gator.
He's like, what the hell?
If
You
I
might
were
be
to have
talking about-
to,
Yes.
I'm gonna say this about speaking of Loki variants. I heard that there's an actor cast in this show, and I had forgotten about it.
Oh dear.
And then I saw who he played. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" It was Richard E. Grant,
that's exactly who I'm looking at right now.
and he played classic Loki, who wore like the conventional like green and yellow Loki
Yeah,
costume,
the comic
The
book
OG.
accurate-
the comic like depiction, like comic accurate Loki costume. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's
I
great.
have to watch
Speaking
this
of,
from
WandaVision did the
Loki.
same thing in a Halloween episode
Oh yeah.
where Wanda and Vision wear costumes that are essentially just the comic versions of their characters' costumes.
Yeah.
I thought it was a neat little tie-in for both
Yeah.
shows that they did that.
Yeah, it was absolutely cool. I think my other favorite thing from that was when they went through what they did, and they're like, "What did he do?" And it's like he ate a cat or something.
What did you do? I killed Thor. Oh,
Yeah.
The only one who killed Thor.
Yep.
but
Can we can we talk about classic Loki's powers?
Do it.
Like the entire we know that he's a master of deception and that he is good at, creating things that aren't there. But my reaction when he built all of Asgard there to discard, we're gonna name it
Oh yeah.
Mittens. I don't remember the name of the big giant cloud monster, but I'm gonna call it Mittens. Just to distract Mittens. I thought that was epic. It was beautiful. It was
yeah, that
like
was really good.
Mhm.
He had the power.
he did have the power.
I have the power.
That I want to say that was one of the hype moments for me, just so Sylvie and Loki could get away. And did they run into Mittens? I am so set in calling that thing Mittens now.
Oh, that's his
Oh,
name. I don't know what you're going on about.
Yep.
Yeah, that's its name now.
That's his name.
I'm not gonna lie, I had forgotten all about Mittens even being part of that show because by that point in the show itself, so much was going on.
Oh yeah.
Alioth.
Yeah.
Alioth is the name of the creature, but no, it's
Alioth.
not. It's Mittens.
It's Mittens.
It's Mittens.
It's Mittens.
I dubbed the Mittens.
I'm reading false information. I apologize.
All hail the Globe Cloud.
I dubbed the Mittens.
No, there was some other good stuff in here too, like Loki figuring out the way for them to pinpoint where Sylvie was going to be
Yeah,
during the what do they
Yeah.
call them, anomalies or
anomalies.
breakpoints or something. And it's like, yeah, you can go to one of those and do whatever you want, and no, it won't register.
The Pompeii episode.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
all kidding aside, I think one of my favorite episodes from that was the mining planet episode or whatever, where it was going to blow up and they
Ooh.
spent the whole episode trying to get out of it. Or was it a supernova that was going to hit it?
It was
or
one of the
something?
two. It was one of the two. Like the planet was.
Oh, one of the moons exploded and the
Moons,
remnants of it was
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
crash into the
Yeah.
planet.
That was one
Yeah.
of my favorite episodes that they did.
But speaking of chemistry and like dynamic between two characters / actors, Tom Hiddleston and the girl who played Sylvie.
Nate,
What?
what's the actress's name?
Ah!
Sophia DiMartino.
Thank you.
So I saw it. Listen. I'm bad at this. Okay, we established that.
I had to think.
So because you mentioned Alligator Loki, I just went on like a 10-minute like spree of watching clips of Alligator Loki.
Yes.
Reminds me.
Alligator Loki bit off another Loki's hand.
Yes, yes.
Does
That
he
was beautiful.
coincide with Frog
About-
Thor, or was that something else?
I think that was the
What is that?
same
I don't
timeline.
remember.
I
With
love
Rock
Alligator Loki.
Yeah, did you not see Frog Thor in? I think it was the opening credits or the end credits.
When he was in it was in one of the credits where he was like locked in a little jar and he was
Yeah.
trying to break out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look at Thor cameo.
You know that one show that was 2 years ago? Yes, I totally remember.
Yeah, totally, absolutely.
Totally remember.
In my defense, I watched one of these shows last year, so
Actually, last year I won a whole Marvel spree from the beginning to end with Name It. And I forced him when he was at my house to watch everything from Agent
Oh.
Carter to
Ooh.
actually what was the last show we watched before the Miss Marvel?
Moon Knight.
Moon Knight. There you go. Yeah. Everything is like fresh right now.
Honestly, I
But-
probably should have done some homework on it too.
Yeah,
President Loki, I want to say was my favorite because of how cocky he was. Like, how did he
Oh,
manage
yeah.
to get all the Lokis to follow him for
Oh,
a
yeah, I
second just
forgot
for it
about
to
that.
collapse? And in casual Loki like fashion, they all betray each other
yeah.
on the spot.
But that's also just like spot on for Loki.
Yeah,
It's very
Mm.
Loki.
yeah. And that's kind of what he does. I think
Yeah.
Thor made a mention of that in
Yeah, he
Ragnarok.
did. Was it in Ragnarok? Yes, it was in Ragnarok when he talked about this how he turned into a snake.
Because he knows they're like snakes, and then it was just like, oh, that's me. Stop me.
No, it was in one of the heavy conversations where he's like, "All you do is betray."
Oh, okay.
No, it was the episode when he steals the ship and puts the shocker on Loki's back. It's like
Oh
the
right.
fact that you didn't see that coming. Listen, all you do is betray. So I got you.
When they were
Something like
trying
that.
to figure out how to do play help and everything to distract them.
It was after Get Help.
Get help. There you
It
go.
was after they did Get Help.
Get all Loki.
But yeah,
I want to say that's like wait. So Loki in that series with classic Loki, do you think classic Loki is past Loki's future? Because I heard a lot of people mention a theory that that's his future, that after everything is said and done, he's gonna go off to a planet and then seclude himself.
I mean, I could see that.
Could. Yeah.
I could see that.
So do you think we might still get classic Loki in the future?
I mean,
Possible.
there's no telling with like Marvel, like anything's possible.
Yeah.
Marvel's over here watching the podcast like, oh, we got you.
Nope.
They're like, okay, so they figured this out. Scratch that idea.
Just be like, ooh, wait, I actually like that idea. Yeah, let's do that.
No, they already figured it out.
Damn, how did we not think about that?
They're too busy scrambling now to get rid of the dartboard because Tony called them out on it.
It was flawless. How did they know?
Okay, they figured out the dartboard. Bring in the
Spinning
wheel.
wheel.
Bring in the wheel.
The Wheel of Fortune.
The wheel of
I
names.
like to think they just wheeled in the wheel, and then you jokingly said it, and now some intern had just such a
Guys.
defeated sigh and has to roll it back out.
No, never mind. He told the wheel too.
What do we got next? A twister board.
Did they say Connect 4?
Connect 4. Jenga, is Jenga still good?
Alright, we put everyone on the Jenga block and we start pulling.
Okay,
We're
what's
gonna
next
run out
movie
of
we make?
ideas.
It's like, who did you get on the Jenga block? Squirrel Girl. Nah, no one was gonna know her.
Can we please?
Can we-
I would watch
cute.
any movie, any show that's about Squirrel Girl.
Right?
Same.
Look, they hinted at her and Wolverine having a thing, okay?
Yeah,
I would love to see that happen.
yeah.
They're gonna wait until Galactus to bring in Squirrel Girl, and they're just gonna defeat him
Squirrel
off.
Girl's gonna be the only hope.
Yeah.
You know what? Now they're crossing Squirrel Girl off their board, and they're like, damn.
No,
They got her.
they're playing Monopoly, and each property is like a different name or a different character. But yeah, overall, Loki, fantastic. Listen, we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 7 more things to talk about.
10 out of 10 for Loki.
Yes.
Only because self-love.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Self-love.
Self-love.
and
Love yourself,
puppy.
people.
That is an emotion of and a motivational TV show to learn how to respect and love yourself, okay?
Look, If you need lessons, 1, watch the show. 2, ask Prez.
Yeah,
True.
Price of the
You know,
Castle,
I-
the expert on loving yourself.
I
Yeah.
generally think I'd love myself more if I knew there was an alligator variant of me.
Alligator
You know what?
That
Tony.
would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love alligator Tony.
Be like, you know what,
Humor.
Alligator Tony, you're right. We should do this.
No.
You're right,
Okay,
alligator Tony. You should just bite that for no reason.
one day Tony is gonna surprise us all, and his little
Avatar is going to be just an alligator in the hood.
Yeah.
Alligator.
And be like, what did you do with regular Tony? Where'd he go?
I am
This is
regular.
Oh.
I am Tony.
Tony, you have to create that as a redemption. Alligator.
Wait.
My-
So
I'm
I
not
guess
reading
you can
it,
say
yeah.
the show has a low-key self-love message.
It does. It does.
Oh.
I am here for
Well
this. Well played. Well done. But yeah,
Oh.
that ending with the show and what it... I'm curious to see like where it goes, because at the end, Mobius, not Morbius, Mobius,
Morbius.
Mm,
um,
Morbius.
has no idea who Loki is. So this is a Mobius who doesn't know Loki, and yet they're back teaming up. So that's going to be interesting to see how that moves forward.
Yeah, I think that'll be the one that ties the most into like what just happened, like with Ant-Man and everything.
I think the biggest one is what happened before that with the conversation, because we never really touched on He Who Remains.
Well, yeah, I'm moving forward, season 2.
Yeah.
Like, that's gonna.
Oh, that's going to be big, but just the introduction of He Who Remains.
Mhm.
I just
And-
want him to do this jet ski. That's all I want.
Right? Jet ski. Just,
Somebody get this man a jet ski now.
right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
If season 2 doesn't have a jet ski, I'm going to be upset.
A jet ski or Owen Wilson saying, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Guys, they're watching us. They're taking notes.
Okay, we need
Taking
Owen
notes.
Wilson on a jet ski saying, wow. Two
No,
for
it
one.
has to be both. It has
for
to be
one.
both. He has to be
Yes.
on the jet ski
Wow,
saying,
wow,
wow.
And then Loki's holding on to him. What do you think of your jet ski? Wow.
It's not that bad.
Oh man.
But yeah,
Well, I'm actually glad to see more of Owen Wilson and
Yeah.
Loki.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm just glad to see Owen Wilson. Like,
Yes.
Mhm.
he's always been a joy.
He aged very well.
Yeah.
One could say it didn't look like he aged much at all. He is a time variant.
Plot twist. He's the one in charge of everything. He's the one behind it all.
Wouldn't that be something?
Owen Wilson ends up being like the next big bad.
Hey,
That'd
Be
be
like,
great.
wow. Plot twist.
I'd watch it. Let's be honest.
I'm here for it. Let's do it.
He's getting in his villain outfit and saying, wow. Like,
Wow,
didn't see this
fits
coming,
good.
did you?
Leona, Mike says, what's up? He's heading off to work.
Hi or bye.
Hi,
Whichever one. Hi, bye. Hi, bye.
Deceptus, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Deceptus.
Man.
But yeah, what did y'all think of the whole scene with Loki and Sylvie with He Who Remains? And that whole conversation and what was said in terms of like the branching timelines and multiverse.
It was something, because on one hand it's like, oh, this is the next thing we're moving into, but on the other hand it was kind of like, you mean everything up until now had been scripted to happen exactly that way? And I was like, oh man, come on.
Yeah, I remember, like, after we reached the end of the sacred timeline or whatever, like the scripted timeline, whatever you want to call it, it was like,
Yep.
oh, so we have no idea what's happening next. Awesome, great.
Yeah, I love
This
it.
is all uncharted territory.
Yeah,
How are we going to fuck this up?
when he said that now it's free game because no one's controlling the script, I was like, oh no. It was
Yep.
pretty intense, especially seeing the sacred time stream just start to branch off and everything. And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah,
The part
It's
that
happening.
I loved
I
is
get anxiety.
he's when he was saying how he knows every timeline's ending. He knows how everything's going to end, and then he goes, "Wait, I don't know how this is going to end. This is new to me." And then Shank.
His realization was interesting. He
Yeah.
did it really playfully. Like he was extremely happy to for once
Mhm.
not know what's gonna happen. And
think that-
actually, Endgame or was it Infinity Wars? Did Doctor Strange know? He said he looked at all the timelines and all possibilities or outcomes. Do you
That was-
think?
I think it was for their
That was
timeline.
Infinity
I think.
War.
Wait.
And-
Are you talking about? Yeah, that was Infinity
What?
War. Are you talking about
Yeah.
the outcome for like the different timelines, or what? Because
For the-
he was looking for the outcomes for beating Thanos.
Yeah.
Well, that's also a really good question, though. Like,
What all
was
did
he
he see?
looking at specifically their timeline, or was he looking at choices that would like skew off of theirs and go into alternate timeline?
Because the
think it was
previous
just
Sorcerer
her.
Supreme
Yeah, I
knew
think
about
it
the
was-
timeline. Because she talked about it in Endgame with the Hulk. She was like, this is our
Yeah.
sacred time stream. And he's like, but if you do this, you're going to get this branch off, and that's bad for us. And then
Yeah.
it's like, and if you go back to Infinity Wars, so they had already mentioned at multiverses indirectly, if we think about it.
Yeah.
So, do you think Doctor Strange knew what he was doing? I just
I
like mind
think
broke myself. I broke
there's
myself
more
now.
to that
Like,
conversation.
what I want to
but
know is, he saw like 1,406 something outcomes,
Real big number. Just
but
real big number.
those were all outcomes to
it
like
was just for Thanos.
their fight with Thanos.
Yeah.
What all did he
Yeah.
see?
A lot.
That's what I
I
want to
imagine
know.
he probably saw multiple people dying.
When you get into multiverse, there's a discussion to be had there because they make a reference to that, but I don't want to get into that for this one.
Yeah.
We'll save that for Doctor Strange.
Because they don't answer your question per se exactly, but they do
Yeah.
make a notion of, hey, this is what happened.
My brain is going into like homework overdrive now.
I am too, because I'm over here going, okay, so he only saw one outcome where they won, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna stop. I don't need a migraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get into it.
That's for
Loki.
later.
Loki, fantastic show. Phase 4 so far pretty good, but
Mhm.
now we get into the first movie of Phase 4, and that's Black Widow. A movie that should have been made sooner.
When
Mhm.
should it have been made?
5 years earlier.
It should,
maybe.
because the movie is a sequel to
more.
Civil War.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
What year did Civil War come out?
16.
16, yeah.
So yeah, it should have been. Yeah, like
At the time, about
very-
5 years ago.
Immediately after that.
Yeah.
But hell, the movie was supposed to come out in 2020. But you see how that turned out.
No.
Oh yeah.
Like, it didn't even have to be this specific. They
Howard the
already
Duck.
did that.
Howard
No,
the Duck.
please not again.
No, we need to get the Howard the Duck from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
Do we?
No.
Do we? You're welcome, Deceptus. Can Howard the Duck just stay in with the Collector?
If I remember right, he's voiced by Seth Green.
Oh god.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, maybe.
That makes me
I'll pay
happy.
attention to that.
But
I also really like Seth Green.
I haven't heard that name and voice in a while.
In Guardians of the Galaxy 2, it was Seth Green.
Okay,
You
Tony.
should like play some Mass Effect because he voices a character in there.
yeah, he plays
Joker.
Joker, yeah.
Joker. But yeah, first movie is Black Widow. A movie that should have been made sooner, but
Yeah, I want to know what happened in Budapest.
yeah, we're not getting that.
We're never gonna know what happened in Budapest.
Wait,
Unfortunately,
didn't they touch on Budapest in there when she was talking to Yelena?
they
I
might
think there
have
was
mentioned
like
it.
a one-off
but
line or
yeah,
something like
it-
that, but there was no explanation.
yeah.
Wait, isn't that where she blew up? The guy who was in charge of the whole Black Widow organization, didn't that take place in Budapest?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't think. I feel like that. Hold on, let me look.
Yeah.
But anyway, while I bring this up and look this up, what were your thoughts going into Black Widow, and how did you feel like after seeing it?
Sad.
Very sad.
Sad.
Like I was sad
Right.
going into it because we all know what happened to the character.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But I was
Yeah.
even more sad coming out of it because of now we know that she had more than just the team that she was leading at the time.
The thing, the tie-in that people know about for Black Widow wasn't Budapest. It was Dreykov's daughter.
Mhm.
Yeah, isn't that what you were talking about, Leota, though? Like,
Yeah, like didn't that take place in Budapest?
No,
oh, okay.
Well,
Okay. So yeah, damn, we'll never know.
because Budapest was a mission
was
with her and
cool.
Hawkeye,
Yeah.
and Hawkeye
Yeah.
wasn't in Black Widow at all.
No.
It is weird seeing a movie where you know the character's fate. Like,
Mm-hmm.
That's
is-
one
But we do know Hawkeye was mentioned in Black Widow when they were in their hideout in the subway.
Yeah, that and the post
When
credit
they,
scene.
yeah,
That and
Which we'll
Miss
get to that. We'll
Hydra.
get to that in a little bit.
I feel like Yelena was adorable
I
when
love
she
Yelena.
got back in touch with Natasha because she just kept nitpicking at every little thing. She's like, "What's up with the superhero pose?"
Florence
that
Pugh.
was like
I love Florence Pugh, and her and as Elena was just fantastic, and I can't wait to see more about it.
She
that
is the
was
sassy little sister.
Yeah,
that was one of the most convincing sibling dynamics I had seen in a long time because as the little sister, done it. I've tested the fuck out of my
Like-
older sister.
like every time those two were together, it was just good.
Yeah.
Especially
Oh, yeah.
the chase in, like wherever they met up at.
Hmm.
Not me over here with the.
Yeah, I know it's one you're talking about.
Wait,
No,
hold
Was
on.
it-
Wait.
What is it?
Waiting.
The vials came from. Okay, so they met up in Budapest.
Hmm.
So Budapest was in Black Widow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she goes back to her little apartment in Budapest, and that's where she and Yelena meet up.
Hmm.
But as far as like what happened in Budapest, I don't think they really touch up on it.
It's time to go march into Marvel Studios and demand answers.
I need a Budapest movie or something.
Be like, we need to
totally
know.
don't
need
want
to
to know
know.
what happened. Reverse psychology. And
It's
yeah,
like
who
Budapest
needs
all over
that?
again. You and I remember Budapest very differently. Biggest running joke, and I hate it. But
I love that that was supposed to just be a throwaway line too.
and now everyone's genuinely like, "What happened in Budapest?"
We need to know.
But
Red Guardian.
listen,
I want to know everyone's thoughts on Red Guardian because I absolutely loved him.
your boy
Oh,
has
it was
thoughts.
Same.
Your
I was
boy
about to say
has
Nate
thoughts.
has a lot of thoughts.
Your boy has thoughts. So
You have
when
thoughts?
first off, I love David Harbour.
Mhm.
Love David Harbour. So I was excited to see him in this movie, and then I saw his physique, his character's design, and like the outfit. I was like, I am here for this. I am 1000% behind Red Guardian. I didn't like how self-centered he was.
Yeah.
He took me out of it a little bit. But, he made up for it when it counted. And he was as funny as hell.
I think that gave them a chance for some character growth.
Oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
And not to tip scales a little bit, in Phase 5, we're getting a movie, Thunderbolts. And
With him, Zemo, and Yelena.
And
Mhm.
no, the scene I want. I'm going to go ahead and talk about this right now. Just going to throw this out there. We're getting Red Guardian, U.S. Agent, and I believe there was someone else who has a shield. I just want to see a scene where U.S. Agent, Red Guardian, and Bucky are fighting someone, and the shields are going back and forth between the three of them.
That
It's
would
good
be
possibility
awesome.
that
Kind of
that'll be a
similar
thing.
to how it was with
That would
Bucky
be
and Cap
cool.
against Tony
Mhm.
Yeah.
in Civil
Mm.
War. But Red Guardian's gonna have so many questions for Bucky,
Oh yeah.
and he's gonna want to fight a U.S. agent. You were Captain America. I want to fight you.
You just
Yeah.
reminded me of something, Nate.
Uh-oh.
The Red Guardian always loved to brag about him fighting a Captain America. Which one do
Yeah.
you think he fought? Because I don't think he was lying.
You think he fought Isaiah?
I
Ooh.
feel like he did. Because Isaiah did steal Captain America's outfit and shield to fight against the Russians at one point, didn't he?
I think that's yeah.
Ooh, that's a good question.
That is a good point.
Mhm.
They might, if you're right and he did fight Isaiah, they might potentially bring those two characters together and
Well, Isaiah Bradley, the actor, is supposed to be in Captain America: New World Order, and then he's supposed to be in Captain America, but not much. He's mainly going to be in Thunderbolts. So there could very well be some kind of crossing lanes here and there.
I hope so.
Because I feel like Captain America: New World Order and Thunderbolts will be heavily tied together.
I think so, yeah.
Especially if Madame Hydra's behind all of it.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
Oh, God.
That woman.
but
Hated that scene. I was
I
like,
also wanted to
"Don't-"
go back to what Bella said earlier about the Red Guardian's growth. I really did like how he started off as self-centered, all
Yeah.
about him, and I do what was good for you girls, putting them into the Black Widow project,
yeah,
Mhm.
to, realizing that they were hurting.
yeah,
And he really did. Him and Melina, was that her name? Melina? The
Mhm.
mom?
Melina, yeah.
Melina? When him and Melina like had that whole family, that it did feel real to them.
yeah.
Mhm.
And his whole apologizing, I kind of felt bad for him when he tried
Yeah.
apologizing. Everyone was like, okay, anyways, I just gonna we're busy right now.
But speaking of Melina, ooh girl,
Speaking of having thoughts.
does that woman age?
No,
Oh no.
she does in fact not.
She looked like she did when she was in Constantine. She looked like she did when she was in The Mummy.
The Mummy
She still
Returns
look good.
specifically, just
I mean, Rachel is just a very, very attractive woman.
she is, and she's an
Has-
equally talented actress. She was fantastic. in
Oh,
this.
yeah.
And
She was.
Absolutely.
I love how Rachel, David, and Florence maintained the Russian accent for their characters. Like that was
They were
just
good.
I love that. Like Natasha didn't have Scarlett didn't have a Russian accent at all in any
Actually,
of her roles.
Did
Not that I
anyone
remember.
watch? Did anyone watch Agent Carter?
Yeah. Back when it came out, I don't even think I finished it, to be honest with you.
I don't think I ever did, to be honest.
It's been a minute.
Because remember in Agent
Oh.
Carter when they showed the first Black Widow with what's her name, Winnie or whatever her name was? Like when Yelena was talking about, did she ever mention Natasha's accent?
I don't think she did.
I almost want to say
think
that
so.
it was brought up at some point.
Y'all keep talking.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
Do the thing. I feel like it was
Okay.
addressed. I don't
Those
know
are
if it was like in an earlier movie or just like in the show itself. I want to say it was addressed.
I feel like it
I can't remember.
Mm.
It's been a while.
it has been my brain needs to stop asking questions. Because I'm like, did it happen?
No,
Did it
your
not?
brain, your
Do we
brain is asking really good questions though.
I'm like, did these really happen? Because I'm thinking about it now. Because Yelena has a full-on Russian accent, while Natasha doesn't. And I remember when in Agent Carter, when they were talking about how they trained the Black Widows, and for them to be able to infiltrate other countries, like to infiltrate America, they had a section because this was in Agent Carter where they would have them watch Snow White, a Disney movie. They had them watch Snow White and had them repeat the lines in like a nice American accent to make them pass as an American woman. And I'm like, you know what? What if they did that with Natasha in the Red Room? Because, they had them train for ballet and make them flexible, nimble, have
Yeah.
precision and everything, have them train their voices to have good accent. For all we know, Natasha could have been placed in an America sector or an American sector to like be able to like infiltrate them, hence why her not having a Russian accent. But then I thought about Yelena. I was like, but why does she still have?
Well, they do kind of address that in the movie. We see when they're very, very young that I want to say that the kids didn't have an accent. So I imagine they did, as part of their training, do that.
Well,
Like,
also
they
at that
were
point,
taught-
uh,
What did I miss?
We're talking
We're still
about
talking about accents.
We're still trying to like at the beginning of the movie, Nate, did the two young the two kids that were playing young Natasha and young Yelena, did they have accents? Because
I don't know they didn't.
No.
they didn't. Okay. So I think you were right. Like I think that they were taught to repress Leon!
Leon, love your face. Welcome in, buddy.
Hi Leon.
Leon.
Marvel Nate. Now we need to have like a name tag that says Marvel Nate.
Yes.
I love
I will make
Leon's
merchandise
roar
for just
and,
Marvel Nate.
Rawr.
Right.
Um,
I will say, like, in terms of the movie Black Widow, my biggest. Okay, so I love when, like, obviously with comic book movies, like, they're adaptations of the source material comic books.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of creative liberty being used for the depiction of certain characters.
Mm-hmm.
Taskmaster.
We all made the same face. Okay, I'm not the only
Nope.
one.
Nope, not the only one. You are not the only
Okay.
one.
You're not.
Great,
No.
great.
I saw that twist come.
On one hand, for this movie, the twist makes sense.
Yeah.
But for those who know who and what
Who he was.
Taskmaster is, this was not that.
No. I'm gonna say that's probably the only thing that let me down was Taskmaster.
Because everything else about this movie was fantastic. If Taskmaster wasn't in this movie, it would have been perfect, I think. It would have been higher up there for me.
If they would have left it as just them trying to take down the Red Room and trying to destroy that as an organization itself, I'd have been fine with it. They didn't have to bring in Taskmaster. They could have just left it as that.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. But
Because Taskmaster on his own, like in the comics and the cartoons, he was a very talented person to be able to mimic everyone's like abilities. I think the only ability he wasn't able to mimic was those who had like actual magical powers.
yeah.
Or like Spider-Man, like with his web shooter, he had like his own thing to like mimic it.
Mm-hmm.
I think, unless I'm just thinking of like Deadpool,
Welcome on in. Thanks so much for the follow.
that he was the only one that he couldn't mimic because Deadpool was just so erratic. But that might also just be like that specific version of Taskmaster. Master.
And not just that, but like that version of
Also,
Taskmaster.
Bella, by the way, your bet earlier, you lost. You were not the first person to go to the bathroom during the podcast.
Oh wait, we took a potty break? I was like, can I go?
I mean, you can.
Okay, be right back.
Yeah, same.
Go for it. Go for it. Listen, we got 2 more shows and 3 more movies to talk about, so.
Yeah, potty break. BRB.
So what? If I guess if everyone's taking a bathroom break, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Thank you guys for the raids, the follows. Y'all are amazing. For the raiders, hope y'all had a fantastic stream. Thank you for joining us. And the new followers, welcome on in. For those who are caught up on the Marvel stuff, what's some of your favorite Marvel movies, TV shows that you've seen thus far? You can talk about whichever ones. Bring them up. It's fine.
Go for it. Tony, you watched this one, didn't you? Or did you not see this one?
Which one are we referring to right now?
Black Widow.
Black Widow.
I did not see it all. I saw like part of it.
Okay.
I feel bad because I asked you to be on this podcast and I thought you saw everything, and I feel bad that you don't have much to contribute. Like I don't want you to think like, oh, I'm just sitting here like I it's what how do you say this?
Hold on,
I have fun enjoying.
How do you say this without saying I wish you saw this so you can contribute? Because that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say like I'm happy you're here and I really love having you on the Marvel podcast, and I feel bad that you can't contribute to these conversations because you haven't seen everything yet.
It's okay because this was alligator Tony.
Yeah, now I'm so happy to go and watch a few of these things. But so like while people are taking bathroom breaks and stuff, this was like I took a little bit of a break from Marvel. Like I know there was a Marvel break,
Yeah.
but this is like where I took a break. So I want to say within the last like year have gotten back into the swing. So I've been playing catch up for a while.
So how much have you seen of Phase 4 with everything that I've seen in
Um
the group chat?
So, out of the things we have left to talk about today, I've seen a decent amount of What If. I've seen Shang-Chi, Eternals, and Spider-Man. So,
Okay.
Okay, so you got
so for the second half, pretty strong. But I need to see the list for the other half.
Moon Knight, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness,
Doctor
Miss
Strange,
Marvel,
saw Doctor
Thor:
Strange.
Love and Thunder, She-Hulk, Werewolf by Night, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, and the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special.
I love the holiday special so much. I actually really want to. I can't wait to talk about that one.
I can't wait to talk about
That was
Werewolf
a
by
good
Night.
one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much of the TV movies and shows. That's fine. That's fine. Like,
Yeah, I'm
at this
behind
point-
mostly on the shows.
at this
is what I would
point,
say.
the amount, like in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, at this point, if you're counting all the TV shows and all the movies,
There's a lot.
we are in the 40s
Yeah.
in terms of what is currently out right now.
When they
And-
started adding the TV shows is when I started to fall behind.
I mean, and to
Because-
be
Yeah.
fair,
Yeah.
the TV shows started in Phase 4.
Yeah,
Technically,
exactly.
they started in Phase 2
before that.
with
it's
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and
Oh,
Agent
like
Carter.
Agents of Shield. Yeah.
And then Phase 3 did have the Netflix shows with Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Defenders, and Punisher, but those didn't tie into the movies at all. So those were just
Yeah.
kind of soft canon. And so they weren't really required to watch to follow the full overarching story that is the MCU. Whereas Phase 4, everything we've talked about thus far,
All tied
it's
in.
all connected. It's all part of
Yeah.
it. So to fully feel
Everything's connected.
like to fully yeah, that thing. To fully feel like the like the full story and like the full impact of what's going on, it helps to see, especially with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. You borderline have to see WandaVision to understand that.
Yeah, I saw WandaVision, and then I saw WandaVision. I think is the only show I've watched all the way through, of the Marvel shows.
Not to tip my hand, but What If is one of my favorites because
What If was so good?
I was not
forgot
expecting-
to go
I
back
don't
and
like-
finish
I
it.
don't like that art style.
that was me 100%. But we'll talk about that in a minute. Welcome back.
I gotta give him shit for it. I have to.
I was
I'm
surprised.
anticipating it, and I'm okay.
I
with
was
this.
surprised it wasn't like it makes sense, but like when I watched What If for the first time, I didn't realize it was animated.
Yeah,
Like
Oh.
until like I was like, oh, well, this I
I
guess it
would-
makes sense.
If they would have done that live action, ooh.
Yeah,
I wish,
It would've
especially
been
the second
great.
half of that. But we'll get to that in a minute. First off, welcome back.
Bye.
But yeah, Black Widow, really good movie. Part of it feels like it wasn't. Wait, I'm wrong in that statement. This isn't necessary. Yes, it is. It gave us Yelena. It gave us
Mhm.
Red Guardian.
Melina.
Melina. And then the
This would've
post
been
credit
nice if it
scene
came
which
out when it
sets
was
up
first came out.
Hawkeye. But
Mhm.
it kind of gave Black Widow like a proper send off,
Yeah.
which
Kind of, sorta.
I'm still sad. Like I'm still
Yeah.
sad that Natasha's gone. I'm happy that Yelena's here, but
It's like seeing like at the beginning of Infinity Wars when we see Black Widow in that super badass outfit with the vest in the pockets, seeing
Yeah.
the origins of that vest come from Yelena gifting it to her, and she's like, "I know you
Aw.
like it, I know you like the pockets and all that stuff."
oh, yeah,
I was like-
it's so handy. Like you can fit so much things in here, you wouldn't even know.
I want to say what's sad, like watching her get onto the
Yeah.
Quinjet with that vest
Mhm.
on. I was like,
Yeah, I can
Like,
imagine like going
damn.
back and watching Infinity War after seeing Black Widow. It's like, aw.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah,
about that being in
It definitely puts a spin on a lot of things. A lot of little
Yeah.
things in the movie.
Yeah,
It's the little things that made it sentimental,
but in terms of
and
the
it was the best.
in terms of the post credit scene, again, Val showing back up, talking to
Mhm.
Elena, saying, "You want to go after the guy who killed your sister?" And it's Hawkeye.
Yep.
So
that drove me batty. I was like, don't listen to her.
so
Goddamn Madam Hydra.
which just cements like this bitch has an ulterior motive. Like she's doing
Oh,
some,
yeah,
and I don't like it.
definitely.
Yeah. I think my biggest gripe with the movie, and it's not the movie itself, it broke one of my big rules, which a lot of movies do this nowadays. You were talking about, how we felt after it. And we've talked about this before, Nate, is that the trailer literally showed off the entire third act of the movie.
I hate that
That's
so
how
much.
most of the movie trailers are nowadays, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That one was really bad
Yeah.
because they set up like the whole falling from the sky. I was like, oh, this
Yeah.
is going to be, something at the beginning or what. Nope, that was definitely
that was
not at the
climax.
beginning.
It's one of those things to me that I already hate when movies have to put all the good stuff in the trailers. Like, if you can't come up with more stuff than that, then you should seriously reconsider the movie that you're sending out.
Yeah.
Coupled with the fact of all the delays and all the shit that went down behind the scenes with Black Widow, I kind of really feel bad for Scarlet and the rest of the crew.
Yeah,
That's why I avoid trailers now. I used
Yeah,
to love
I don't
watching
blame
trailers.
you.
I was
I
like,
will
oh, the
see-
trailer just dropped. Now I'm just like, nope.
I will watch the teaser trailer and the second trailer, and sometimes the third trailer. Like I haven't seen half of the Guardians 3 trailers.
Put out.
I've been avoiding that
There's
like the
usually
plague.
4 total trailers for movies.
Why?
Yeah. No, they go through, and like I said, we've had that talk on the Week in
Yeah,
Geek a bunch.
I agree with that
but,
100% too. So
it's just one of those things, not to get into the nostalgia, but it's like, what did you say before, Nate? It was a couple weeks ago when you were like,
the wow
the
factor.
theater. Well, no, like actually true movie theater trailers. Was it like
Yeah.
The Lost World or
Like-
whatever?
like-
Was that it? Or
Like in the back in like the 90s and stuff, like when there was no internet, your only means of seeing what movies were coming out were trailers you saw in the movie theater or TV spots you
TV.
saw on TV.
Yep.
So the story he's talking about, my grandma took me and my brother to see That Darn Cat in theaters. And one of the trailers at the beginning was the teaser trailer for The Lost World Jurassic Park. And the entire, and I didn't know the movie was coming because, no internet. Like, how do you keep up with, what's coming out?
yeah,
And there's no, there's no articles or magazines you can read that say, okay, so here's these movies that are coming out, here's what's in the works, blah, blah, blah. Your only chance to know what's coming is literally what you see in theaters and on TV. So seeing that trailer for I cared more about that than I did the movie that we went to go see. Whereas nowadays, and I'm guilty of this, whatever. You practically spoil yourself just from seeing everything that's on the internet nowadays. So if you
You do,
really
the
want to go
trailers.
into movies and
Yep.
anything fully blind, stay off social media.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, and
Avoid social media for like a week after a movie comes out.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
even
Like
before in some cases now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Spider-Man was leaked a month before. I say a month.
No,
We
that's-
knew what was coming in that movie. We knew what was
Mhm.
happening.
Yeah, that's just my point. Like, nowadays, even it's not even Marvel movies too. They do it with like this day, this time, this hour. You're getting the trailer. Like,
Yeah.
you know exactly when.
Kind of like,
That's one of the reasons why, as soon as a Marvel movie comes out, I have to watch it
yeah,
day one.
not just
I-
Marvel, but like comic book in general. But Marvel especially. But kind of point in case with Dakota. With the Marvels trailer that came out yesterday. No,
last week.
Yeah.
it was Monday. No,
I think it was Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, it was Monday.
Nate, what day is it?
Don't know. I
It's a
never know
day.
anymore. Yeah, like new trailer dropping at 10 o'clock this time, like this day. Like, okay. Like, there's no wow factor anymore with movies.
Yeah.
So that's why I think movie trailers, like movie studios, need to release 2 trailers. The teaser trailer,
Just two.
which shows barely anything,
Mhm.
just kind of says, hey, this is the movie that's coming out. And then a trailer that shows a few scenes. And then whatever TV spots you have come out, you know, you can sprinkle a few new shots in here and there, but for the most part, stick with what you're marketing.
Yep.
For the initial trailer. Because movie trailer, like we said, you see half the movie before the trailer, like the movie's even out.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how many movies have spoiled the big plot twists by just putting it in the trailer.
Yeah.
You know what didn't spoil the plot twist? What if?
You're right about that.
Because reading
what
that
if?
reading that series was something else entirely.
Dakota, have you been hanging out with Prez?
What?
Using that as a segue.
Have you been hanging out with Prez? Because that segue was flawless, my guy.
Just great.
Well done. Well done.
Well, no, look, I host the thing with you on the weekend, so I know how easy it is for us to get off topic and just keep going.
It's on topic for anything ever.
I mean, we do a semi-decent job.
Look, you're talking to the people who, mentioning the price of Legos, you saw the rabbit hole that opened up.
That changed the entirety of y'all's podcast on the weekend.
The point still stands, though.
No, the point is, y'all got so distracted by that, you threw out the original point of your podcast being TV and movie news and just news in general about stuff like that to
Nostalgia
nostalgia.
kick. And you know what? I'm not upset about it.
As long as Dakota's okay with it, because it was his baby.
All good.
Listen, we do movie news as well. Here and there. But yeah, what if? I'm gonna get so much shit.
Whatever do you need.
And I'm going to do it to myself first and foremost. I didn't watch this show for the longest time. And the only reason is I have this curse that if I don't like an art style for something, I will not watch it.
Fair. I mean,
So
I didn't watch
I
it
did
for the
not
longest
like
time
I did
either.
not like the art style they used for this show. So I was like, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this. But then leading
For
up to
the what if?
yeah, for what if.
Yeah, for what if.
So leading up to Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, knowing who was supposed to be in there and what was supposed to happen, I was like, I feel like I feel like I need to go ahead and watch this. And so I spent a week watching the show because it's only 6 episodes, but I have a lot of stuff I do around the house, so I had to kind of spin out when I watched it.
Yeah. I honestly think that was around the same time I watched it because we had a talk about
Yeah.
who was supposed to be in it, and I was like, oh, I should watch it too.
Yeah, and we watched
But
it,
what's
and
side to that is when you do that, you get to binge it if you have the time.
yeah,
That's
the
true.
problem. When it comes to Marvel shows, I don't want to wait.
There is no waiting when you do it that way.
So what
You
if?
mean-
What if?
What
What if
if?
touched
What if?
another touchy moment for Natasha when it was just her and Hawkeye when everyone passed away because of Ultron, and then it was just her.
Yep.
I was like, man, can y'all stop hurting my girl Natasha, please?
Right. At so
least-
much.
I know. Right? At least in one universe, when who was it? Was it the Watcher who said it? They're like, oh well, this world lost their Natasha. Like, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least they gave her a happy ending with
yeah, that was
one.
great. That was great.
I like how it was
that whole
episodic.
team up was fantastic, but leading up to it was an adventure. It was a journey.
Especially with Ultron becoming like, we already know that Ultron's already a sentient AI, but when he became more sentient with breaking the fourth wall and noticing the Watcher, I sat there and I was like, oh my God, what if the Ultron we got did that?
Yeah,
I was
like
like, no.
No, I was watching that episode, watching that fight. Well, those episodes because it was a two-parter.
Mm.
Watching that fight, I was wishing that was the Ultron we got.
Yeah, that'd have been
Yeah.
better, honestly.
the Ultron we got wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad, but
Mm-mm.
like,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, rumors going around that Ultron's making a comeback, so we
oh yeah,
might.
yeah.
It's still a possibility.
Ultron
but-
Part 2, the Electric Boogaloo.
Hey,
But-
that Ultron aimed for the head.
Yeah.
What if is also very
You're not
emotional
wrong.
because of Chadwick.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I
yeah,
wanted to talk about the
that-
most, I think.
First off, that
was-
whole
Oh, yeah.
episode, like the first episode with that was
Beautiful.
Thanos, guys. It's just, I have to touch on Thanos. Like we had to get,
Oh god.
we had to get the small stuff out of the way first.
Do it.
Um,
I feel like we're gonna have fun with this one.
Oh, yeah.
just, I want to see that Thanos in the future. Like in the movies, I want
Yeah.
him to be like, "Listen, guys, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I turned over a new leaf. Where the fuck was that?"
I want.
They kept making the
wanna say-
joke every 5 minutes.
They did.
I want him to do that, apologize to the crew, and Thor just punch him in the face and be like, you know what? I deserve that.
You know what? That's fair. I don't know what I did to you, but that's fair. But the other one that really I was really happy about, and this is Karen Gillian as Nebula, like that form of Nebula that we got.
She- With the blonde hair.
Yeah. listen. I'm not
Great.
big on blondes, but ma'am, I think
That
it's,
was
worked.
interesting.
It
I
worked.
think
You just like Karen.
I think it's the blue. I think it's the blue.
It's the blue.
I think it's you just like Karen.
She looks good in anything. Okay.
She even looked good bald.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
yeah, she did. Her bald. I loved her
I'm trying to see if it
I'm just
actually
kidding.
was Karen.
They had some good episodes with it. I liked how like it seemed very like everything was a one-off until you got to the end, and then
Yeah.
you're like, oh no, this.
Yeah,
most
it was
of
like,
them
wait,
came-
what?
I like how it would kind of like, for the most part, like you said, seem just like lighthearted, like fun little slice of life. Oh, like what if Thor
Yeah.
was
Mhm.
just like a college kid and all of that shit happened? What if? And then like next episode would be something serious, like, oh well, what if Doctor Strange like lost his fucking mind?
Oh,
That was actually a
episode
scary
was-
episode. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that
That-
one was
yeah,
crazy.
That one was dark.
Sorry, I'm looking up cast. Yeah, it was
It's
Karen.
Funny
Sweet.
how they tied that in at the end, though. Like that was
Mhm.
kind of cool.
Now,
It was also tragic because
correct me.
he loved Christine that much.
yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
that was the same Doctor Strange that was in Multiverse of Madness, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That was,
I
Yeah.
don't think it was.
I think it was.
Which
or it was
doc-
supposed to be.
I think it was a
The
different
Doctor
one.
Strange that
from the
lost
beginning.
Christine and like went down that dark rabbit hole and turned into like the big bad evil dude. We're wondering if he was the same one that was in Multiverse of Madness. Like I think it's supposed to be.
I
Yeah.
thought it was. I thought.
That's what I was
thought
thinking
it was
too.
supposed to be, but I don't think it was.
It
though.
it would make sense if it was.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
Actually, no, you're right. It wouldn't make sense because that Doctor Strange realized everything wrong that he did and accepted his fate being trapped in that little bubble holding Killmonger and Ultron. Whereas this Doctor Strange that we got in the movie, he was like, oh yeah, you know that dream you had of someone pushing you off a cliff?
That was me.
Yeah, it's
bitch.
probably not the same one.
Yep, that was a thing that happened there. And you're talking about the Killmonger. That I liked that episode.
I
The
loved
episode.
Killmonger. Just
Mhm.
Listen, anytime we can get more Michael B. Jordan in anything, I'm all for.
Yes.
I'm all for.
Oh
it.
yeah,
More Michael B. Jordan? Yes, please.
Which
Yes.
that's like Daddy number 45 now.
I mean,
I mean, here's a list.
I still want to watch
So there's
Creed
out of
3
the
because
list.
one, Michael B. Jordan, but two, I want to see the anime. fight.
Oh, that made me want to talk about something, but that's not this week. So this is a different time.
Next
different
one, next one.
different times. Next time.
That's next week, probably.
Next time. I gotta be quiet.
I think I know what you're talking
Captain
about. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The zombie episode was good too.
The zombie
With
episode
zombies.
was.
Fucked.
Oh my gosh.
Just damn.
It was.
Zombie
You know
Wanda.
what? That kind of just touches on how much Vision and Wanda really love each other, no matter the
Mhm.
universe.
Yeah.
They would
It's
go to crazy lengths for each other.
it's so like heartbreaking.
Odin.
Like
It was, but you had
Paul read
Ant-Man
in
jokes.
Paul read in a jar.
Hey, those
I'm
jokes
sorry,
were good.
Paul Rudd as just the head from Futurama.
I
Anytime.
always said he's like, I've lost a couple pounds since you last saw me or something.
I just want an episode of him with Doctor Strange's cape, just him just floating around doing stuff.
Hey, how's it going?
I would be happy with that. That and the dad jokes. That's all I need right now.
I still want Luis to recap all of.
yes.
It happened.
It
There's a
did.
video.
I know it
and we
happened.
need
That's
them to
why I'm
release that.
mad.
Motherfucker. So there's two more characters in the main lineup that we haven't touched on yet. Well, technically three. One of them, I really want to say for the last bit. One of them, we need to talk about out of respect. Bro Thor.
Sorry.
Party Thor.
Party Thor.
I love Party Thor.
And you know Chris Hemsworth had a lot of fun with that.
That was one of
Oh,
my
yeah.
favorite episodes.
And the
Like Party Thor, and I love the nod that they gave to like Loki in that episode as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, this is what would have happened if Odin wasn't a
Yeah.
fucking dick.
If Odin just left Loki where he belongs.
And then, like, yeah, wait, Thor's not learning or something, and then she comes down to Earth, and, like, just in the nick of time, party's cleaned up, and Thor's just like, oh, hello, mother.
It's like, oh, your mom's coming out.
Yeah, when he asked for Ms. Marvel's help to fix everything.
Yeah. Which, by the way, that fight was good.
Hmm.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was a good fight.
one, too.
Yeah.
But,
I like the tattoos he got.
mm-hmm.
Wait, didn't him and
Wasn't
what's her
Drax
name
in
get
that or
matching
something?
tattoos? I
Drax
think he was.
I feel like the Guardians were involved in something.
No, I think wasn't it?
I think Drax was at the party.
They might have been at the party.
No, he was at the party.
Yeah, there's Nebula, Howard the Duck, Carol.
Wasn't Rocket also at the party?
Actually, no, none of the Guardians were there.
Really? Oh my god, do we all have like this phantom memory of them being there?
could've sworn.
Mandela effect.
Mandela effect kicked in again.
But like that episode was fun, but the episode with Chadwick, like just not the episode because he was in a couple, but just this being
Just that in
Chadwick's
general.
final, this being Chadwick's final performance as T'Challa. You know that every time he was on screen, I was just sad.
Yeah.
Anyone raise their hand for feeling emotional hearing his voice?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I cried like
Yeah.
at
Right.
the end of it, knowing that it was his last performance. And just like you said, just the emotions of hearing his voice.
Like the legacy he built in such a short amount of time.
Mhm.
Not only that, but he also signed on for season 2 of What If.
Yeah,
Ah,
and knowing
Yeah.
what the story for Black Panther 2 was supposed to be, just ugh. But
I don't even know what the story for Black Panther 2 was
Yeah,
supposed to
I
be.
don't know either, to be
Well,
honest.
The original story was supposed to be him having difficulties adjusting to being blipped for that amount of time.
And he had to stop someone with his son. Basically, like, there the whole time.
Oh.
Yeah. And the fact that it was like that, like his mourning process, and then him having a realization that, man, I think Nate knows about it because I heard about it too,
Yeah.
but I don't remember much of it.
I'll definitely look into it more for part 2 of Phase 4.
Mm,
Because that's
that movie would be
because that's part
definitely.
of part 2. But
Yeah.
the character we haven't talked about yet, Captain Carter.
Oh,
Oh,
great
yeah.
shout. Yes.
Captain Carter. Just
Yeah.
mommy hi.
Definitely, mommy.
I love Peggy Carter on a regular day just because she is such an amazing character and such a badass. But add just like the super soldier serum to it, and yeah, sign me up.
Like
I will
I
follow that
loved
woman in battle any day.
I loved all that. And then the big team up at the end against Ultron was really good.
I mean, not just that, but in Captain, what was she? Captain Britain, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
She
Captain
was
Britain.
no, she was Captain Carter.
Captain Carter.
Captain Britain is
Like,
someone else
knowing-
entirely.
Is he?
Yes.
I think you're right.
Captain Britain is someone
Like
else entirely.
knowing that in that universe that her and Steve actually got to stay together was actually really nice and touching for their love story.
Yeah, I really liked like that ending for Steve. Sure, I like that one. The one that we got, no. I'm so salty.
Also,
Yeah.
fun fact about Captain Britain, that's who everyone wants Henry Cavill to play.
Yeah.
Ah,
That would be fun. How is he gonna play him though? Is he gonna play him like Superman, or is he gonna play him more like Napoleon from Man from Uncle? Because I have
A bit of both.
thought.
Bit of both.
can Marvel stop bringing in more daddies? Like, there's only so much we can handle with these men. Okay.
No, because Marvel says we're gonna make you just like want to watch us.
I don't have that much space on my walls anymore.
I mean, the want to watch is already there. Like,
I
you
mean,
ain't
if it
gotta
makes
try.
you feel any better, you
That is true.
avoided most of it with Spider-Man up until like the last movie because Tom was just, oh, you're adorable.
Listen, I
I
can't.
know he was the baby.
Yeah,
You get the baby.
like the man's almost my age, but he still looks like he's 16 years old.
Listen,
Yeah.
that movie. Just anyway.
My cup runneth. Yes.
But what if really good? Like, there's not a whole lot much to say. I think this new direction for these characters is really fun.
Sterling,
I'm pissed
hi.
off that we haven't gotten anything about Star Wars What If yet, but that's a different topic altogether.
I mean, at least the build up for What Up was really good and intense. At least they maintained the intensity.
Yeah, it was really good, and I can't wait for season 2 to see what they do.
Oh, let's not forget that when T'Challa went back to get Star-Lord and their little adventure towards the end was adorable.
Yeah.
I just had to throw that in there. Absolutely loved it.
And now for what is probably my second favorite MCU Phase 4 film, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
I liked it.
What was y'all's thoughts going into it, and what did you think after you saw it?
It was the perfect combination of comedy and seriousness. It was balanced for me.
I wasn't really sure what to expect going into it. Going out of it, I absolutely adore Aquafina.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say she was so
She made
good.
the movie.
Oh yeah,
So good.
like arguably one of the best, like my favorite
Side-
parts of that movie.
And there wasn't a romance that was forced with it too.
No,
Yeah.
none at all.
Fair.
I like
I
that
love-
it stayed that way too.
Yeah. That
Like,
and,
did they have a deeper friendship? Yes.
but we all know my favorite part of this movie. They referenced Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, I know. It was his favorite part.
That was one of the few moments in the theater, like, I actively went, wait, what? Oh, that's awesome. Out loud. But it's the first, like, brand new character we got.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought
It was
they, like,
refreshing.
nailed it. Because this is also the first... I feel like this is the first, like, comic book martial arts film. And the choreography and the fighting was just fantastic.
It was really good.
I wish they'd have done a little bit more with the real Mandarin, but they did touch up on that.
No. The real
I
Mandarin.
Bring it back, Trevor.
I love
There
that
you go,
so
Trevor.
much.
Ah,
I,
it was
I enjoyed that way too much. Like,
Well, you can see that. But
so could I just I have to just get in real
yes,
fast
please,
and
by all
say
means,
that
absolutely.
the best character in the movie by far is Morris.
Morris.
yes.
Morris
Yeah.
is the main character, and I
Yeah.
will
Yep.
not let anyone fight me on
Like
this
I
because
need
I fell in love immediately.
I need a 5-season show, 3 movies, like all of it. All of them
Yeah.
are. Hey, get out of my closet, Jenny.
Kidding.
Trevor thinking that he was insane when he saw the little
Morris.
when he
Morris.
saw Morris and realizing that he
Yeah.
wasn't crazy was
Yeah.
one of the best lines I had. He's like, "You can see them too."
You can. It's so good.
I'm not insane.
His little
But I-
celebration dance was like great.
I also love that he just fully understood everything Morris was
Yeah.
saying, though. Like,
He was like, "All right, go left, no left, right." Oh, Morris said this, and I'm just like, "How do you guys definitely spend so much time in the cave to understand each other right now."
There was some like trauma bonding in there,
Mhm.
and like
We've come to
I-
an understanding of things.
I really liked this movie. I think that like they even like the way they showed the relationship of his parents and everything was like done really well.
The love story was beautiful and tragic,
It was
seeing how their
great,
dad
yes.
was like evil, big bad guy. Sorry, my throat was like, ugh.
Yeah.
To like loving father
it's
to losing his
spicy.
wife. It's like, it's like
Yeah.
it was a good transition. It was a good 3 transition of his life, and seeing how his choices affected his children, especially his daughter. What was his sister's name?
I don't remember.
I have thingy. Hold on. I do
I've-
the thing.
I have to look it up.
Su Xiaoling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
yeah, it sounds right.
I'm always afraid to say these names because I'm afraid to butcher it and then come across as like a... Yeah. But,
She is a badass. And I
Oh, yeah.
love
She was
how
really cool,
Aquafina
too.
was like, "Oh, you're a badass." I'm like, "Oh, I love this duo." The little sister's like, "Thanks." Or when she comes in, she's like, "I like your pants." They're like, you can never tell she was being like sassy or like sarcastic or anything, but it just worked for her.
Aquafina, I think, is just funny in anything she does.
Oh yeah.
She
And
is.
I'm excited to see her in The Little Mermaid
Made
as the,
the movie.
gender bent Scuttle.
Wait, with
In The Little Mermaid movie coming out, she
I
plays
forgot she's playing Scuttle.
she plays the bird.
Who's she? I'm gonna have to look that up. I
she,
didn't
oh
know.
yeah, she is Scuttle. You're right.
Yeah.
Huh.
But going back to what I said earlier about the martial arts, my favorite fight in the MCU so far has been Steve versus Bucky in Winter Soldier, like in the streets. That short little exchange, that's just...
I'm just not gonna come after you with the pocket knife.
And guess what? But Howard, you're wrong. But that was one of my favorite fight scenes for the longest time. Sure, like all the Avengers fight scenes were cool, blah blah blah. But as far as like hand to hand, that was one of my favorite fight scenes up until Shang-Chi came out. And then The bus fight scene was cool. The fight scene in the
Oh, with Razor Fist.
yeah, which apparently in a deleted scene is revealed to be his half brother,
Oh,
Adopted brother.
Shang-Chi's.
I think they adopted him. Or his dad adopted him.
Either way, like, hi, bro. But the fight with Mandarin at the end was
Yes.
so cool. The choreography for all the fighting in this was just so well done.
Amazing.
And I want more of this.
I do miss the more physical hand-to-hand
Because most
fighting style that we would get in a lot of the movies.
It
Like-
almost like went away because like everything's too strong now. If like that makes
Yeah.
everything's a lot magic and superpowers and stuff. Like,
Everything's bigger, everything's better, everything has to be like done in space.
Weapons
yeah,
that
and,
doesn't
like-
let you do hand-to-hand combat anymore.
yeah.
Yeah.
While in space, it's a little hard to throw like a powerful right hand and be effective.
I don't know. That depends on what planet you're on.
I mean, when you throw
That's true.
when you throw a moon at somebody, kind of hard
That's
to
true.
Yeah,
top that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
throw a moon. I know how to punch.
I can. Yeah.
Just say
Mm.
Nathan.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Dakota, what are your thoughts? I don't think you
That's
said
pretty
much
much
about
what's been
this.
said.
I don't think you really said a whole lot.
It's the one that I've watched the least out of everything. as
Which is
far as,
funny
like, the
considering
amount of
what's next.
Yeah, I know.
Bella's gonna kill me. I want y'all to know this. I'm gonna be unalived.
In
But-
space, no one can
Right.
feel your
But
punch.
no, it's like you said with the fighting. That was, I don't know, man. There was a lot to dissect there. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The post for this was Abomination, or was that?
No,
the
that
other
was in the movie. That was when he went
thing?
to
It
the
was
fighting
in the
ring.
movie.
The
See?
post-credit scene was the sister taking up the mantle of, like, the head of the
The 10 rings.
mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 10 rings.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been so long since I've seen this movie. I thought the post was Wong coming to get them at the bar.
That is the
is.
mid-credit scene.
Oh, that's
Okay, so
pretty
that
good.
was in there too. Okay.
When they
Oh,
were
I
singing
forgot about
Hotel
that.
California, I loved it.
That was the mid-credit scene, I think. But yeah,
I love
this movie
Wong's
still
character.
is one of my favorite MCU films and one of my favorite comic book movies, just because of how different it was compared to everything we've gotten thus far, and how well done it was.
And it was touched upon. Oh, good. Sorry.
No, I was gonna ask Nate if we went to go see this one together as well.
I think we did. I know we saw the next one together.
Yeah, we did.
Listen, I'm not.
What were you gonna
I'm
say,
not.
Tony?
I'm
I
not.
remember the night Nate went to see that one. He was like,
I was gonna say I loved and we talked about it a little bit already, but this did have like the perfect blend of action comedy for me. Like I like some of my more favorite movies in the MCU have been things like Guardians of the Galaxy, which does lean more towards like the funny side, but this one was like that nice.
It felt like it had like the
Perfect.
even 50-50.
Yes, it did, because like you'd have Aquafina being awesome and hilarious in 1 second,
Not just
and then
Aquafina,
a
but
crazy.
Aquafina and Simu Liu, like just bouncing off of each other.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which
And
again,
don't forget Ben though.
do what?
Ben?
Ben
Ben played
Kingsley?
Trevor?
He was
Yeah.
he was great.
It's like I know his last name isn't Nye. That's someone else.
That's David Jones, but
He was great. I love that he was in the movie. I was very happy.
he's supposed to come back in the future project, but I can't remember which one.
Oh, that makes me happy.
So yeah, Shang-Chi, final thoughts.
I liked it.
I loved it.
Great time. I loved it, yeah.
Now,
right, Tony, great time.
I just like how relatable Katie is as an adult character, where she's just like, look, I know what I want to do, and I have no problem parking cars for my life.
yeah.
He has a barista.
Listen, I just quit my job at GameStop, and now
Or,
for all intents and purposes,
you want
free full
everyone
time.
to say bye to Nate.
But yeah, I agree 100% with that statement. But now
Bye, Nate. Been nice knowing you.
the movie, the first movie in over 10 years, where after watching it, the first time in 10 years, I'm sitting there. I did not like that movie at all. Eternals.
For me, at least, Eternals was like the definition of an okay movie. Like, I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. It was like, oh, this exists. Okay.
Before we go further into this conversation, I have to preface this for my own safety.
Whatever do you mean?
For my own safety.
Why would your
we
safety be in
respect
danger?
opinions here. So with me shitting on this movie, because there's gonna be a lot of shit on this movie. If you enjoyed this movie, Bella, I'm happy you like this movie. I am. I'm so happy you enjoyed it. I am not shitting on your opinion. I am respecting your opinion wholeheartedly, 100%. But you're wrong. Please continue. I'm kidding. I'm kidding about the last part.
The funny thing is, he's so in fear of his life. 87% of my reaction is mostly because of his reaction. If he wasn't so headstrong against this damn movie, I wouldn't threaten his life because, like you said, it's the definition of an okay movie.
Yeah.
Gets popcorn ready.
Was there problems with it? Yes. Did it have good aspects of it? Yes.
Yeah.
I won't disagree with that.
But Nate, I love him, has strong emotions about things. And when he likes something, he loves it with his whole chest and both titties. When he hates something, he hates it with his whole chest. But
The
please,
mid and
Tony,
post-credit scene were the best part of this movie.
Tony, please continue before I bonk this man.
Hey, post credits was the best part. I'm sorry.
I just watched this too. What was the post credit? I can't remember.
It was Kit Harington's character walking to the desk, and there's a sword there.
Yes.
I don't care
yes,
about.
okay,
I don't care
yeah.
about spoilers. Fuck this. And then you hear a voice saying, "You sure you want to go down this road?" That's motherfucking Mahershala
voice.
Ali as Blade.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't that
I-
supposed to be the Excalibur blade? No, it wasn't, right?
I think it is because he. What's his character's name? See, I don't even care about any of these characters.
Call it the Vorpal blade. That's an
There
entire.
was in the movie who was it? One of the characters was using a sword. And they asked them, "Is that insert sword that it was in the box at the end?" And they said, "No, it's just Excalibur."
I know the scene you're
So,
talking
okay.
about. Yeah.
Okay.
Athena, I think.
Yes, Athena. Yes, it was.
talking
Containing the
to-
Ebony Blade.
Wasn't it to Cersei?
Ebony
that she was
Blade.
talking?
Yes,
The
yes,
Ebony Blade.
I believe so. It's
I
Ebony
don't know
Blade.
if
Is
it
what
was-
it's called.
I don't know if it was Cersei or if it was. I want to call them Twiggy. It was the kid.
Sprite.
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 Oh, yeah,
That's why I wanted to
Sprite.
call him Twiggy. I don't know if it
Or
was.
Sprite.
I don't know if it was Athena to Cersei or Sprite, but it was one of those two.
Yeah, and they asked, "Is that the Ebony Blade?" And said, "No, it's just Excalibur."
It's just Excalibur.
Just
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
'Cause
they
I-
said it's just Excalibur, which it's Excalibur, but
Which is hilarious for
Like,
us.
they're-
We're
they're
like,
yeah,
what?
Oh, yeah,
for
they all-
us, it's like, what?
I was like, do you mean?
Don't think the irony. I know off the sword, but on the actor, the character side, Kit Harington,
I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going with this.
character who is dating Cersei.
It feels so weird to hear
Dude,
Kit
but can we talk
Harington.
about both of the brothers dating Cersei?
Yeah, just for anyone who watched Game of Thrones, like that whole concept was just like, y'all did this on purpose.
That was
100%.
getting you. I like what?
Just
Hey, you remind me of a person I really don't like.
but
Oh God.
I'm gonna let you guys go with your opinions before I dive into mine.
I was excited when I saw it, when I heard of Eternals, because that for me was like, are we finally gonna get Galactus? Obviously, there was no mention of him anywhere
Hmm.
because I know Galactus is a celestial. He's a celestial, right? I know he's a planet eater,
I think he
I
is.
believe
Yeah.
he is a celestial, yes.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
but
And after
I know there was no
tell us
mention.
respectively.
Yeah, I know. I still hold on hope. I hold on hope that Galactus is gonna be the final boss of everything. That's my hope.
Before we get a
I
reboot.
just want to see Galactus.
That thing. I feel
I
like this
hope.
is sorry to interrupt. I feel
No,
like
no, no.
this is building the groundwork for Galactus, so I think you are possibly right.
Mhm. I
Steve,
hope
point
so
me.
Formerly a
because
man, he is a cosmic
Um,
entity who consumes
What was the name
planets.
of that?
So he's
Fantastic Four. Go on.
Galactus is not a celestial. I know he's
Oh,
a planet. I know he's a planet eater. He eats planets, and I know Silver
Alright.
Surfer
He's
used
a-
to work for him.
he's a cosmic entity. So he's not a
No.
yeah.
He is.
entity.
Well, if you're going by the movies we've got, and I know that's not part of it.
That was comic stuff I was reading.
No.
Who
I
would
was
play
talking
Galactus
about
though?
the other version of the movies we've got of Galactus. It's this Mitten's long lost cousin.
You're not
I
wrong.
mean,
You're not
Mitten's
wrong.
long lost cousin.
Also,
I'm okay with that.
Who would play Galactus? Christopher Judge. Boy.
God,
I can't
I
unhear the
don't
books
need
anymore.
that in my life. Yes.
who?
Galactus is a big cloud with Kratos' face on it.
Oh my. Okay. I thought that's what you were referencing. I was like, wait, why would? Hmm.
Like he calls Silver Surfer boy and like go boy. Something like that. I don't know. But anyway.
The movie
Okay, how
wasn't
about
that. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't what I thought it would be. I can't say they didn't give enough backstory because they did give backstory.
The whole
It's just
first
there was
half of the
just
movie
something.
backstory.
Yeah. There's just I don't know what it is. Even to this day, I still feel like there's just that movie was just missing one thing. Like it was just one thing that it was missing because there was action, there was romance. It wasn't
did feel
really
like
Yeah, there was
something missing,
romance. There was
yeah.
a full sex scene in this movie.
that's probably the first sex scene
yeah?
with Disney that they had because I know we had one with Tony and Iron Man, but that was when it was with Paramount. But that was the first Disney sex scene in that movie.
I feel like that was
Thank you, Disney.
yeah. Andy Serkis should
But-
be good too.
I don't know, like someone please tell me. It was missing something and I don't know what it was. It's just
Consistency and pacing.
Yeah.
I don't know if
consistency
it,
is a
this
word.
has anything to do with the missing part.
It was missing
like, from-
consistency and pacing.
Yeah, but I like for me it like I know like the Eternals is like that many characters, but like it just was too many characters to like be like, all right, here's 5 minutes of backstory for all like 7 of these people.
Mhm.
Well, here's
Now
the thing.
care.
They all
Now
have
you
the
have
same
to
backstory.
care about them.
They all have the
Yeah.
same backstory. So
That might actually be it because of the pacing and having to sandwich all of the backstory of all the characters. It was missing the emotional bonds that we
I-
were supposed to have. Like,
I didn't
I know
care
that-
for most of the characters or care about them.
yeah,
There's nothing that tied me into caring about them other than like
my favorite
Cersei
character was
and
the speedster.
Athena.
yeah. Like, I know that these are supposed to be extremely important people. Like when Selma Hayek's character died. Spoilers. Like I know that's supposed to be a big deal because she was
I
like,
didn't care.
had nothing but- Like, we didn't get a chance to become emotionally attached to these
Yeah.
characters.
no, we
Like,
didn't.
a few of them we did, yes. Like you said, Thena, Cersei, Bright. We became attached to them because they're in.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Gilgamesh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I did kind of
Gilgamesh.
that.
But like, and like, it's also like for me, a lot of the movie also revolved around like Icarus.
Icarus and Cersei.
Care,
Mm.
but like Icarus to
Oh.
me, I'm like, I didn't really care about Icarus.
I
at
hated
all.
I
Icarus.
didn't
Like,
either. His character
Yeah.
was
It was
so
very bland.
unlikable.
He was
to me, it
bland.
was bland and unlikable, and like I didn't want to. I liked parts of this movie as well. I would do want to say,
Yep.
but like this was one of my least favorite probably of the Marvel movies. If I had to actually like rank them,
X-Men 3 is better than this movie.
If there
There
was a
were
character that I
footnotes.
genuinely did feel
Sorry, Bella.
something
Don't
for
worry.
would be Sprite, because her main problem was that she was stuck in a body of a child. It was Sprite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
all
it was
she
Sprite.
wanted was to be looked at as an equal and not just a child. So for her, I felt like
Mhm.
I felt for her. Like I did. I was
Yeah.
like, damn, imagine being yay old, or not yay old, like so
Imagine
old
being
and
12. You're
But
for
you're in the body of
several
like a
millennia.
10-year-old.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that one I did feel for her. That's probably one of the
Mhm.
few characters I connected with. Cersei, I liked her, but like she
I
started
didn't-
off good.
Yeah, and
Like
then
I feel like Cersei started off good, but then towards like the middle end, I'm
Yeah.
just like,
the pacing
Mm.
kind of got away from it.
It
Hmm.
yeah, the pacing definitely affected it because you have to think about one of the other major characters we didn't even meet until like the last 30 minutes of the movie. I can't remember the character's name, but the deaf woman. Like,
Oh,
we don't even
Yeah,
Makari.
we didn't get
One
like
of the
Makari,
sisters.
yeah.
nearly enough for her.
And she was my
Yeah.
favorite character in the movie.
And she was
And she was
probably
hiding in the ship.
the most interesting character if you
Mhm.
you look at what like the hardships they necessarily had to go through. It's
Mhm.
like you're this like for example of like we're talking about how like Sprite it is all this old stuck in a child's body.
Mhm.
She was all this old and has never been able to like hear, right?
Yeah.
Not only that, wasn't she like stuck at the ship? The
She was
entire-
on the ship for
She was voluntarily on the ship for a while because that was like all her loot that she had in there, and she was kind of like a little dragon, like this is mine.
Yeah. I thought that was
No,
cute, like stuff like that.
actually, didn't she have access to get out? Because didn't she have like a fresh box of Twinkies in the on
Yeah.
the ship?
I genuinely couldn't tell you.
I
I
didn't
think
either.
she's also like super fast, so she could have like opened the door, got like 87 boxes of Twinkies and been back in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So like, so
She was like, nobody saw me on the radar. Nice.
Yeah.
Eats boxes of Twinkies.
Oh, I'm good.
what did I want to see because like we're talking about all these different characters. What did you guys think about the character? And I can't remember his name. The character that could like control people's like minds and stuff.
Druid.
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 Druid. What did you think
Grayson
of
check.
Druid?
And stretch imposter. Thank you, Leon.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, my back cracked.
Same.
Druid, I want to say out of all of them is the most terrifying because he could control people.
Because he could control
Sorry.
full civilizations with that power.
Yeah. I understand his motives, his reasoning. He wanted to protect that core group safe. But that's where I draw the line of understanding. Like, at any point, you could have let these motherfuckers go, dude.
He could have.
Yeah.
Like, you just wanted to be a cult leader. Just
Didn't
say
he
what it is.
also have a thing with Makari? Didn't they have like a fling going on?
I feel
'Cause
like
when
they
they saw each
teased and hinted
other-
at, but they didn't actually.
Well, they didn't necessarily get a chance to, but I
Yeah.
want to say it was more than hinted at because when he died, she was
Yeah.
fucked up about it.
She lost her shit.
Yeah.
By the way, half this cast
And-
is just not there anymore.
I know.
But
Yeah.
then he wasn't dead as well. Right?
Did he come back?
Yeah, he just kind of like reappears.
Oh yeah, didn't they say that they have like multiple infinite amounts of copies of them in case they need to reuse them when one of the
I didn't
Celestials
really
was talking?
understand. I didn't really understand because Icarus just like wipes him out, laser beams the shit out of him, and then he just kind of comes back and hits Sprite in the head or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know.
So like they are like for like I know Nate you have problems with the movie. These are the things that like are very fair to like be like we don't get any explanation of Druig like so like he got everyone else died from what Icarus did to them like exactly like that, but then he just basically comes back and hits Sprite in the head and then just is there.
Yeah.
And like I didn't, as far as I know, there wasn't like any real like, haha, I'm fine because, or like it's just like, wait, why are you alive? I'm
He's
so
like,
confused.
I'm just
Yeah.
alive. It was the flesh one. I'm good.
Yeah,
It was a paper
It's
cut.
just a flesh
Don't worry about
wound.
yeah.
Like, a lot of Nate's complaints about the movie are 100% valid. The pacing is horrible. Like, a lot of stuff just really isn't explained, and they could have honestly done this like they did the original, like the first Avengers movie, where they just kind of led up to it and gave everyone their own thing.
This should have been a
And-
Disney Plus TV show where each episode deals with each individual character, and then the
It
comic.
probably
have.
would have been a better TV show.
It should have.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
because
chance to
we would
know
we would probably
these
care
people.
about the characters
Because
more.
here's
Yeah.
my
if,
question:
like,
do y'all
they
remember
had-
who the villain was of this movie?
It was those little changeling things
Called
that eventually
Deviants.
learned.
Yeah,
what?
Deviant.
Yeah,
So,
that was the original villain, but then it turned out to be like the head muckety muck of the guy that planted them there because he
Yeah.
wanted to resurrect the sentient thing.
yeah.
It
Oh yeah, because
It-
the more
It
they
was a
ate
Steven
people, the
universe plot. Let's be real.
it
yeah,
was
the-
because I think when it realized that the more I ate sentient things, they became sentient, and they're like, wait, like why are we doing this for the Celestials? We're used for population control, and you guys are just here to exterminate us for something they did. We're all
Mhm.
made by the same creator. That was actually a really good plot if you think about it. It just
Yeah.
wasn't executed right.
yeah, it like it's one of those things where, oh yeah, that's a great idea, but
And it
it's-
was.
The more we
And
talk
then
about
we
this
got
movie,
the
the less I
giant
like it.
thing out of the ground that nothing never gets mentioned again.
No,
Mhm.
not
yeah,
even.
so like that's just there.
You talking
But
about the
like,
hand? You talking
And
the
about
head
no-
is sticking out.
Hold on, hold
and
on.
no
Y'all talking about the hand?
consequences. Like nothing.
Yeah, it's just
Like
there.
no
and then, like,
civilizations were destroyed by the tsunamis or the earthquakes that it caused whenever it came up. Like
When the Celestial was being born, yeah.
yeah, like nothing
I
happened.
wonder-
It's just
the
there.
weird thing with that was like, wasn't it basically the blip that stopped or like it helped the scenario by like not happening, and then
They said that it would
Yeah.
have happened earlier if it wasn't for the blip.
Yeah,
Oh
because
yeah,
of the
that's
population.
right.
That Thanos put a thorn, like, was an annoyance to them
Yeah.
because of
So
what he
hashtag
did.
Thanos was right.
Technically,
Thanos' actions delayed it. So
Yeah.
was Thanos
Thanos-
right? We
Thanos could've done it.
going back to what if
Hashtag
Thanos,
Thanos could have done it right.
yeah. What if Thanos? Huh. Interesting.
he's just like, hey guys, am I wrong though? Am I wrong? Actually, finding out about Thanos' brother at the end of the movie, that his brother is an eternal.
Who was played
Yeah.
by
That was a
Harry
thing.
Styles.
That is-
That was Harry Styles, right? Like, that's what I
That's
wanted
Star
to
Fox,
yeah.
ask.
No,
Yeah.
it's not even. It's not even so much that character. I'm really interested how they're going to play, because in comics he gets into a lot of shit,
Yeah.
especially now that they have She-Hulk in the in the MCU.
Oh, She-Hulk.
On top of
There's-
arrows, the troll that was with him was Patton Oswalt.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't realize it was Patton Oswalt.
yeah, it's
Okay.
Patton.
But yeah, the post-credit scene and the mid-credit scene are infinitely more interesting than anything that happened in the movie. Like you
Says you. I would not have known that was Blade had you not literally yelled it in the middle of the theater.
So I legitimately had to look it up because I didn't know. I was like, who the hell's talking to
See?
him? I have no idea.
also the fact that no one mentioned Phastos,
Fastos.
the first openly gay character in the MCU.
The fact that I forgot that he was even in that because of all of the stuff that happened. See, that made me care about his
Phastos?
character.
Oh,
Oh, Oh, yes. Yeah, that was
forgot
really
about
cool.
him.
That
Not only
legitimately.
Openly gay. First
Didn't he-
openly gay black male, which, if you know anything about media, should have guaranteed his death.
Yeah. But he was like
God
one
forbid.
of like 4 who lived.
Mhm. Right? Right?
Like, didn't he say that Thor looked up to him? Or was that Gilgamesh that Thor looked up to?
Gilgamesh, I
It
think.
might have been Gilgamesh.
Okay, it was Gilgamesh because he was teaching Thor how to make mead. Speaking of when
That's
they
right.
were all drinking and then he was
Yes.
saying like, "Oh, that shit Tina even be drinking?" He's like, "Don't worry, it's not." And she's over here with a serious face with her jug or her cup, everything looking like she was drinking. But no,
Yeah.
Fastos, I completely forgot about him. Didn't he die
Yeah.
in the movie?
No.
No, he lived.
No,
He
he's
lived?
one of the few
Okay.
that did live.
Yeah.
He was one of
Honestly, more people
5
survived than died, honestly.
died. Actually, only
1,
2
2,
died.
3.
1 should have died. Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
Bucky's
No, Icarus
slightly
died.
less
Well,
than
yeah,
2.5.
Icarus
Icarus
died.
died.
Icarus
Yeah.
self-sabotaged
Yeah.
because he flew his ass into the sun.
Yeah, so it's how many Eternals are there? Is there 8?
7?
There's about
7 maybe.
It's
7
bad
or
that we don't know the answer off the
2,
top of our
3, 4,
heads.
5,
I want to say
That's not a
7.
good. That's not a good sign for the movie. That,
12.
like we didn't immediately.
12.
Wait,
Did
12?
you say
12?
12?
It's 12.
Oh well.
Maybe it wasn't. There wasn't 12 of them, was there?
No,
In the movie?
12 sounds right.
Cersei, Icarus, King. Someone else we forgot to mention. Kingo hated him.
Kingo.
Oh yeah, he was the one who did all the Hindi movies.
Yeah. 1, 2,
Ooh,
3,
Cersei,
4,
that
5,
man
6,
plays him.
7,
10. I
8,
think it's 10.
9. Then who the hell is on this poster?
It's probably
Um,
Kingo's assistant who's
did-
always with
Did
him.
they include
Listen, I love that guy.
Hayek?
1, 2,
There.
3,
So
4, 5,
here
6,
are
7,
all
8,
of them.
9.
There's
Never mind,
Cersei,
you're right. You're right. I can't count.
Icarus.
I can't count.
Yeah. So Kingo's character annoyed me because of how they basically just left and didn't be part of like the most important part of the movie. Because basically they're like talking about whose side they're gonna take. Like Icarus goes off his own side, Sprite joins Icarus, and then he's just like, I
Because
kind of agree with Icarus, but I'm just gonna fuck off. See you guys.
I think there was also a sub point where Sprite had a thing for Icarus, but
She
because
did.
of
Yeah,
the
That
ace
was-
thing,
yeah.
like just
Yeah,
her
that
being in
was
the body.
her whole like reason for going off with Icarus.
Yeah.
Was that she was in love with Icarus.
Yeah.
She was, and that's why she turned her back on Cersei
Yeah.
and went off on Cersei's like, imagine being in this body your whole life and everything. And I'm just like, damn.
I mean, I can't
I
argue with you.
mean, I understand, which is why at the end I'm glad that they kind of like allow her to grow up.
Yeah. Didn't they turn
I-
her into human or something like
Yeah,
they
for
She's human.
She
She's
turned
gonna
into a human. Part of me, like, and this is bad, like, too, because Sprite was supposed to be one of the more important characters. I didn't really care about Sprite either.
I didn't hate Sprite.
I
What-
didn't. I
wasn't
didn't.
Sprite
like,
the storyteller of the group?
that
the story
yeah,
of the
I
group.
think Sprite was the storyteller of the group because she would
Yes.
use her powers to kind of like show what she was telling.
Yeah.
Hence making all of them gods, and they're always like Athena for Athena, Gilgamesh, Cersei, and
Hmm.
Icarus. Man.
Like I know like she was like, oh, I want to like live a life, but it's like I wish that they would be like, all right, yeah, sure, here we're just gonna use our power to make you an adult Eternal now.
I
You
mean,
can-
there's a possibility they
and now
might
do anything you want to do.
there's a possibility that they might bring that part as Eternals 2, maybe. Like, oh, we actually need you and your powers, so you have to come and help us save Cersei, and we're remaking you an Eternal.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah, that would be interesting at the very least.
The one thing I
Like-
want to see the most is remember how the Celestial didn't grow and now it's just a head floating in the ocean?
That's what I was wondering. There's just a head in the ocean.
Head
What is
know.
it? Is anyone gonna say anything?
I want to say that I know in the comics they make that the new Avengers base, don't they?
I want
At
to
some,
say that
at
it's
some point, I think
important
no.
because
There
Yeah.
was something I read that said at some point I think they were going to address that. Fingers crossed, but I can't
Well,
remember
no,
again what it was in.
If
I
they
don't
just
know.
ignore that for the rest of the MCU, I'm gonna scream. Because
It's
there,
the new
I don't think they
Phase
will.
four
a giant
Budapest.
head!
They're not ignoring. They're not going to ignore it because it's supposed to be
It's
a
the
plot
Phase
point
4
for.
Budapest.
Okay.
That's
I
it. We're
want-
rioting Marvel. Sorry, go ahead, Bella.
I can't remember if it's something that was in the comics or something that was mentioned one off in a later like movie or show or something. Like, didn't it? Isn't at one point like a whole bunch of people fighting over it because it turns out that the material that it's made out of turns out to be like super awesome or super valuable?
I think that's what I read.
That is the plot point I was talking about. I can't remember if it's Thunderbolts or Captain America: A New World Order.
Okay.
I think it's.
But one of the government, like some of the world governments, are supposed to be fighting for control over that because the material that is made from the
From the Celestial.
celestial is adamantium.
Oh.
Doesn't
I
that
thought it
go
was
hand in
stronger
hand with
than
vibranium?
Or no, it's okay.
Adamantium is okay. Yeah.
Is what
Alright.
they coded.
Wolverine's claws from.
Wolverine.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which- Okay,
So-
if
I'm
they
getting
ever bring
excited
back
now.
Wolverine as a character and he's not Hugh Jackman, can we have him as the very squat, very angry 5'2", 300-pound, just like tank that he is?
Who?
The short Wolverine that we're supposed to have.
Yes.
Sure, King.
I love how everyone kept saying Daniel Radcliffe, and I tried imagining him as a Wolverine, and I'm like, I'm not
No,
against
Ironically,
it, but I
Daniel
don't
Radcliffe
see
is
it.
too
I
tall to be
have
Wolverine.
no hate for Daniel Radcliffe as an actor. I just can't see him as Wolverine.
Yeah. Isn't
He's
he too tall?
and too British.
But
Well, Wolverine is Canadian, not British, but
Yeah.
I got it. Ryan Reynolds. I'm just kidding. Not Ryan
Yeah,
Reynolds.
you know, I think Ryan Reynolds should play Wolverine. I think how funny would
I
that?
would absolutely love
but
it. Let's go.
Deadpool is canon in the MCU, so it's Ryan Reynolds. So
And then
So,
Deadpool
like, but
should break
here-
the third wall.
You act like that's
The
ever
fourth wall.
stopped
hear
Ryan
me,
Reynolds
hear me
before.
out though. This is gonna be batshit, but so there
I'm
are
ready
pictures
for it.
of Ryan Reynolds, like the actor in Deadpool, right?
Mhm.
They show him going back and shooting Ryan Reynolds in the full screen. So
Oh,
like
yeah.
Fair.
Ryan Reynolds exists in that world. Ryan Reynolds, the actor, could be playing
Yeah.
Wolverine, and
Yes.
and then Deadpool's just there.
Yes. I'm-
You
Oh,
know
that
what?
sounds
Here
like
for it.
Now Ryan Reynolds is watching Nate's stream and
Okay.
he's like, I'm taking these ideas.
Okay, but you also know that Hugh Jackman exists in that universe. So what
does.
if
That's
like
true.
what if just like one of the random timelines it's where Ryan Reynolds plays Wolverine instead and Hugh Jackman just never left Broadway?
I want you guys to realize we're over here planning out What If Season 2, so
Marvel, take note.
We write
Marvel,
What
how
If
you
Season
doing?
2 instead.
You guys heard it here first on Jurassic Nate's stream, okay? Remember
Yeah.
that.
Now,
Flip it.
when What If Season 2 comes out and we're watching it, we're like, wait a minute.
they're gonna
I knew
open.
it.
They're gonna open.
They were watching.
They're gonna open Season 2 with like this segment. It's gonna be like, wait, hold on, I got a question.
In that same art style.
I
That
mean,
damn art style.
Check
get
for
those.
your eggs.
I
Listen,
actually have to go use the
listen.
restroom. Okay, I'll be right back.
That's fine.
You ready for the Marvel checks? Yes, bring them on, please.
Listen.
Yeah,
Oh.
pay, Marvel, if you pay us, we will come up with batshit crazy scenarios for What If.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I just came up with one where Ryan Reynolds is two people in the same movie.
But, like we'll come up with some of the most batshit stuff for What If, and we'll make it work. We'll make it all tie in. Just like
Yeah.
Yep,
pay us.
it's true.
But yeah, going back to Eternals real quick. Yes, I hate this movie. I don't disagree that there are parts of it that I did enjoy.
Oof.
Mainly some of the action.
Yeah,
They were cool. There were some
But-
scenes.
I don't know.
Like
I'm
the-
kind of
the
in the Tony camp. you know,
Eternals
like,
are
it-
just like they're not very
Didn't
prominent.
like offend.
They're not in the comics hardly. They have like 2 storylines, if I remember right. Aquaman.
Well,
But I'm pretty sure that's what I read. When
the
I
comic
first...
Eternals are completely different than what we got in the movie.
Yeah.
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 Like you just didn't care about any of the characters. Like, and
It
that's
was
sad to
hard
say.
to-
Like
They had no real impact,
no.
especially the ones that died.
There was no reason to. They at the start, there's no reason to care about them. There's like 3, maybe 4 characters that you care about from things that happened like midway to the end of the movie. But like from that like beginning part, for me, like the first third, it's just like I don't care about any of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I
don't care that you and Icarus have a relationship as like it got married. I really it doesn't matter to me.
And
I'm
then you
sorry.
broke up and started dating Jon Snow. That's you. I don't care.
Yeah,
But-
good for you, but
I will say Gilgamesh's death did kind of
yes.
It did.
maybe not really upset me. It did make me sad because I had grown to actually care about that character.
Yeah.
But again, had to
Actually,
grow to care about that character.
I want to say that was one of the few characters that we did grow an attachment to because
Yeah.
I agree.
I liked
I
Gilgamesh.
feel like his death was not deserved.
Meanwhile,
No, when
Icarus,
Gilgamesh died, I was very sad. That was
Yeah.
like the most. That's the most emotional I think I got during the movie. Was
But
Gilgamesh.
Icarus,
Yeah.
I couldn't care less about that character. I'm
No.
sorry, I hated him.
No.
When
You
he
know
flew
what?
into the sun, I don't think I didn't even like care. I might not even blinked. It's just,
I'm just
like, you
saying,
know what I mean.
like,
Like,
Oh,
I
we're
just,
about to take care of that. While we're talking about Icarus, someone pointed out to me that Nate, the name of the actor,
Richard
Madden.
Madden.
Richard Madden and Sebastian Stan look really similar, and now I can't fucking unsee it.
They do.
Yeah.
you know, I didn't see it until you just said that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially short hair Bucky. Yeah.
And let me just say this:
Um,
like the actors that
they
played
look
these
similar.
characters, they're not to blame.
No, it's the
not.
writing.
It's the writing.
Like
Yeah.
what they
Mhm.
had, they did their best.
Oh yeah, they did a
Like-
very
like-
good job with the material that they were given.
Like the actress who
Like,
played
it's-
Sprite, I kind of liked her.
I think like she did a good job. I just didn't care about the character that much.
Yeah.
and
that's
that-
not-
and
and it's
that's
not
the
the
writing.
actor's
Yeah, that's the
fault.
writing. That's
Yeah.
the writing.
No, it was too much happening at once to try to.
There were 10 characters that, like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like,
Like the
And we had
biggest
to get
thing
their
for this
entire
movie was
backstory.
the big question surrounding these characters as the movie was coming out was, if these people are so strong, where were they with Thanos? And
Oh,
the answer
yeah.
to that question at the beginning of the movie was,
they
we were
gave
told
a
not to.
one line.
We were told not to.
Yeah.
It's like that is the biggest load of shit, like cop out I've ever heard.
We're gonna get involved. We're not gonna get involved. I'm like, wait a minute.
Which doesn't make sense because weren't they involved with that one scenario where Druid took the natives like off into like a place? Like,
Yeah.
didn't they get involved with that? Like, if they could get involved with that, they could have gotten involved with Thanos.
Like they could have written it off as they all got blipped. And they
They
Yeah.
gave us a
They couldn't
cop-out
get
answer.
blipped, could they?
They're not. I don't
They're not
think they were
blippable.
eligible for it, right?
They're not
Because
eligible.
not blippable.
they weren't eligible for the draft. They didn't have their paperwork, you know, filled
No,
out.
I think you're right.
Draft. Oops, sorry.
They're not like alive. I think you're right.
Yeah, because they're alive, but they're
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 like
part celestial.
androids.
Yeah.
yeah.
Made with celestial voodoo magic. Just to exist.
We could be talking out of our asses. I don't know. All I know is this movie sucked. So
Actually, this is the longest topic we've been on was the Eternals. I liked it.
That's something.
I anticipated it
For
because
me,
like there's a lot of
Eternals
topics.
has the most talking points out of anything so far. Because like
Because-
a lot of the other things, were like, oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, that's
And a moral race,
it.
an immortal race of superpowered synthetic beings.
synthetic.
They were blippable,
Actually,
yeah.
you know who Icarus
Tony, they're
reminds me of?
Geth.
What's
Your
the
Geth.
main?
Wait, I like the Geth though.
What are you
Sorry.
saying, Leota, before I smack Nate?
Apologies.
No, Tony, you're fine. I'm gonna smack Nate.
You remember? You know the TV show The Boys?
Yeah.
Yes.
The main
No.
character with the blonde hair, the one who's
Homelander?
really a bad guy. Yeah, Homelander. Icarus kind of gives me Homelander vibes.
Oh no.
The funny thing is, Homelander gives me like, oh god, we just talked about him.
You're talking
Icarus?
about
What movie they
Wait,
talking
Captain
about
America.
US agent or
Yeah.
whatever.
Red Guardian?
Homelander gives me
Walker.
U.S. agent vibes.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Those
Oh,
two are the
well,
same character.
Yeah.
Those two are the same character.
They're all just bad guys.
But yeah, no, Icarus, Homelander, yeah, I see it.
Gosh,
I
Homelander.
wish if Icarus was just interesting, the movie would have been so much better.
Like, that is my
Yeah.
problem. Like,
They put so much in a movie on Icarus, and Icarus just wasn't. The most interesting thing was when he flew into the sun.
It was just like a like
Well,
Because it was a funny haha, like, haha, your name's
Yeah.
Icarus and you flew into the
Flew
sun.
into the
Haha,
sun.
haha.
I didn't even think about that. Oh.
Yeah.
And
well, I
also,
knew we were going to be in for a fun
and also
time.
let me
when-
preface this real quick.
What's
I
Nate,
hate.
just-
Sorry. I'm sorry.
what were you saying, Dakota?
what is it?
What were you saying?
I was just saying, it was going to be a fun time when we were talking about it, and Tony was like, "Wait a damn minute, there's 10 of those." I thought there were only 6 of them.
Like, I counted like 6, maybe 7. Like,
Well, we kept forgetting
Whoa! What?
people.
There we go. That was weird. That was
Like,
weird.
don't forget Salma Hayek was also in it as Ajax.
Yeah.
yeah, like, we talked about her dying, and I don't think she was in my count when I counted.
That's the sad thing about this movie. Was how little any of it mattered.
Yeah.
That
I
is
think
true.
If
I
can
legitimately
figure out
probably could
most of the
name
main
5 of the characters.
I had to look them all up, like the names.
I just can't wait to see Leota's over here vibing with her pink fresh.
You're having a good time. This matters,
I've been playing with my bracelet for the last like half hour, so you're good.
I should go get my slime and just be like, so anyways, about circus.
It's like, yeah, you played the slime. Icarus just wasn't interesting. It's like you're stretching the slime. Like,
Icarus
is
was
more
like
interesting
this.
than
He went
Icarus.
into the sun and he melted.
Slime has more personality than Icarus.
Oh man.
All right, a what if series just came up with it. Icarus is the Human Torch after flying to the sun.
I thought you were
That's
gonna
not
say,
the-
"What if Icarus was interesting?"
I thought that's where you were going with that too.
yeah.
Who also converted back into Chris Evans as the
Yes.
human torch.
Icarus flies through the sun, comes up the other side, interesting, and Chris Evans.
What the fuck just happened here? But no,
Hopefully, Cersei has more of a character development in the future with the Marvel because her being a
gotta be more.
Celestial does have a big part in future like Marvel plots. So hopefully they do her right this time and not dirty.
Yeah.
They're, like,
hopefully
my
they do
big thing-
everyone.
They have to do more with these characters that are still around. Like,
It's like, how do you
there's-
get
there's-
Angelina Jolie in?
and not
do
do
that.
that much with her. You know what I mean? Like that.
Exactly.
She's a very big actor. like, it's
And
not-
this is what we got with her?
Like, how do you get the 2 biggest names in this movie are barely in this movie? Which I understand they probably couldn't fucking afford them, but still,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I mean, Angelina Jolie did look beautiful in that movie with like the
Oh,
blondish
yeah.
hair and everything. She
looked
was hot.
great. Yeah, 100%. But it's just like
Look
you
great,
could have
didn't do
done
anything.
more.
Y'all want to talk about something good?
Oh,
what?
Let's talk about Hawkeye.
yes.
I'll say, we
Yes.
still have
I'm
that,
waiting
and then
for
we still have
Hawkeye.
a humongous movie after that.
I
I
have
do
Yeah.
enjoy the idea of going from Eternals, who are like immortal gods, to a guy with a bow and arrow. It's just like
I just want to say I have this much to say. My hands are getting even bigger about Hawkeye. This is
Look,
a
the
lot.
thing about it is, if this past January has taught us anything, Jeremy Renner is
The
just
toughest
like,
Avenger.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
he might actually be immortal. So
Yeah.
Like,
know,
he
right?
is the
Plot
toughest,
twist:
like,
Jeremy
bar none.
Renner is Celestial.
Jeremy Renner had me the first half, not gonna lie. When news came up about him, I was like, oh no.
Oh,
Please,
I
no.
was terrified. I was terrified.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I fucking loved Hawkeye.
I did too. I'm glad that they finally incorporated his like hard of hearing.
Yeah.
And not only that,
Yep.
didn't make it just like a one-off thing, but kind of like made it important to the plot.
Yeah.
I
Like the
liked
scene
Hawkeye
where he
for
was
the-
talking to, he was on the phone with his kid, and Kate Bishop's there, like kind of telling, like writing down what he says, and
Oh yeah, because he
like-
couldn't hear. His hearing aid was
Mhm.
broken.
like that scene was so good. But speaking of Kate Bishop, just we like Kate Bishop.
I love her.
Like,
I want to say like not movie related, like on my side of my family side, really love that movie because both of my parents are hearing impaired. So when they saw sign language in a Marvel movie and they were
Oh.
like in Eternals, there was a character that was deaf, but they didn't really use sign language with her.
Mhm.
But with Hawkeye, they definitely did, especially with what's her name?
Haley
The
Steinfeld.
villain. Was that her name? The villainess with the
No.
Oh
motorcycle?
no,
No,
What was her
Echo?
name? Was that her name in the show? Echo?
Echo. Yeah,
I don't think that's her
Yeah,
name. I think she
no.
might be who's they're turning her into. Spoilers.
that's who the character is. Like the character's name
Oh,
is
okay.
Echo. Well,
Yeah, when she was
she
doing
doesn't
sign
go by
language-
the name in the show, but that's the character. Like, she will eventually.
That
Put
That's
on.
she's
the name
portray-
of the show, right? That's the show they're doing too, right? Or is that
You
different?
mean
Yes.
who they're turning
Oh yeah,
her
there
into,
is,
like I
isn't
said.
there?
We are getting a Echo TV show.
Ooh. I thought it was nice that they incorporated sign language,
Yeah.
especially with Clint, because we all know he's deaf in the comics, and especially in the cartoons. And especially him, Clint Barton and Tony Stark together. How Tony would always like say shit to him because he's deaf, and then Tony and Clint's like, I could read lips, asshole. I love that. I'm sad we never got that, but it was sweet. It was cute. I loved it. I love that there was sign language in the movie. And there was like a lot of like cute meaning about it too. When she's looking at Clint, she's like, why are you wearing that? Like, you don't need it to be, for daily basis. And he's like, oh, well, I wasn't naturally born deaf, he was hearing. And
You see all
the
those
best
explosions
thing
he
about-
went through?
yep,
Yeah, that thing.
all of that. I like how we finally, from all the Marvel movies, see the is repercussions the word?
Consequences, repercussions.
Consequences of injuries and him
Yeah.
losing his hearing.
Yeah.
Also, the girl's name is Maya Lopez,
There we
played
go.
by Alakwa Cox.
Alakwa.
And if I'm saying
That's
the
a
name
cute name.
wrong, I apologize.
That's a cute name, actually.
But
Yeah.
Also-
I greatly enjoyed the show.
You guys all have seen Daredevil, right?
Yes.
Um,
Those-
Okay.
Those that
I-
matter. Well,
I've
It's
I've
the
seen
one
that
thing I
matters.
didn't like.
everyone
about
here
this
matters. I
show.
apologize for saying that. That came out wrong. That's not what I meant to say.
That's the one thing I didn't like about this show.
What? Vincent did I can
There-
never
Or
pronounce his
Vincent
name.
D'Onofrio. You hated Vincent in this?
No. I hated what they did to Kingpin in this.
I mean,
Uh,
we all know best Kingpin is always going to be Michael Clark Duncan.
Rest in peace.
Yes.
But Vincent's portrayal as the character is just so good.
I
And
love
when
his
he came
portrayal.
back in this, I was so happy. And
I
he
screamed.
he posted like there's a video of him at some kind of convention, and fans asked him a question. He's like, "What do you like? What are you most looking forward to being part of the MCU?" Blah blah blah. I can't wait to kick Spider-Man's ass.
Yeah, let's get into that side of it.
But
I mean, it makes sense.
yeah, and
I'm just glad that they went with that actor instead of recasting another character because realistically, visually and physically, he's Kingpin.
yeah,
I like that they are keeping some of the actors from those shows.
Yeah.
Yes, thank God.
I would have been very sad to see someone else
Yeah.
playing Kingpin.
Or another
Well, I
character we'll
think
talk
we're
about in the future.
getting on the rumors. We're getting pretty much all of them back except for 2 for the
Luke
previous
Cage and Iron Fist, huh?
Iron Fist.
Yeah. We didn't need Iron Fist. So
Was there a reason why we aren't getting those 2 specifically? Or did they just like
well,
not?
Here's the thing. We don't know yet.
Okay.
Well,
I better have
Charlie
Luke
Cox-
Zaddy, or else I'm gonna be upset.
Charlie Cox is obviously confirmed.
Mm.
John Bernthal is confirmed because he's going to be in the Daredevil show.
Yes.
rumors of
Kristen Ritter.
He's gonna
Kristen
be
Ritter,
Punisher,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, he's Punisher.
the Punisher.
I
A
don't
lot
know
of people didn't like the guy that played Iron Fist, if I remember right. But
I
No,
thought
that's
it was
why
okay.
that's why I was like, yeah, we don't need him back. It's okay.
I
Iron
knew-
Fist could
Are we getting
disappear.
Jessica Jones at least?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's Kristen
I
Ritter.
heard we're
rumored.
I heard we're getting Jessica Jones. I didn't. Is it confirmed? Or
She posted
is
a
it just-
tweet with Mike Cotter. I think that's his name. Cotter?
Coder.
Cotter.
Mhm.
She posted a picture of him like reunited with like Luke K, like Luke Daddy or whatever, and then it's like hashtag
Luke
MCU,
Zaddy. Yes.
hashtag MCU or something like that. So
Yeah, are we getting him too? Because I thought he
As-
was kind of done with it.
I hope not. He did an amazing job as
Oh,
Luke Cage.
yeah.
He
I
was.
loved
Absolutely.
Luke Cage. Yeah.
Let me just say, okay.
I liked him. I liked him. Like both of his like I like Luke Cage.
Well,
Cage
The
was so
Netflix
good.
stuff had some of the most underrated like story arcs and
David
villains.
Tennant as the Purple
Oh,
Man.
that was.
Oh my
Oh, so good.
You want to
That
talk about
was
a
crazy
broken
good.
villain?
I have thoughts on him as the Purple Man.
It's the most
None of
broken
them I
villain
can say
ever.
publicly.
So
I
here's
feel
my
like
question.
I am understanding.
So I wanted to throw this out there real quick, and this just hit my head, and I kind of hate it.
Uh-oh.
We got Eccleston as Malekith.
Oh no.
We got David Tennant as the Purple Man.
Mhm.
Oh no.
God save me for this one. We got Matt Smith as the villain in Morbius.
I forgot he was already in the MCU. Oh no.
I forgot. You told me we got all the Doctor Who's coming
loosely
in. Marvel's
adjacent?
villain.
It's loosely in the MCU. Where's
I forgot he
Capaldi?
was already there. I was like,
My-
oh god, who's Matt gonna be?
My brain cannot right now.
It's
He
not
was Morbius's best friend.
his brother.
What is it?
Matt Smith's character was Morbius's brother.
Oh, that scene. Oh my god.
I haven't
I
seen it
haven't
yet
seen
because
it.
you know I
I
watch
don't want
decent.
to see it.
I watch
I
good
don't
stuff.
like Jared Leto as an actor. I don't really much care for him as a person. But
I
Well,
was
Matt
let
Smith's
down
scene
with
in that
Morbius
movie.
because I thought it had to do with the Marvel universe, but it doesn't.
No, it's still
Michael Keaton has a
some
cameo,
stuff.
but that's about it.
Mm.
But that
this
was
is
his-
going to be a very unpopular opinion
No,
to a lot
that's-
of people, and it hurts my soul saying, as someone who likes Doctor Who, if Matt Smith is the best actor in your movie, there is something wrong.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
All we need is
Oh, I don't
Capaldi
think-
in something in the MCU, and then Jodie Whittaker. But
But would
you know,
they be villains or would they just be characters?
well,
Because again, there's a theme.
Capaldi is in the DC films, but we're not talking about DC. That's later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hawk,
DC.
we're doing a DC podcast at some point.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, he's in the Suicide Squad as the Thinker.
Oh,
Must be in the new one because he wasn't in the first one.
Yes, he was in the new one.
Okay. Yeah.
I never saw the more recent Suicide
You
Squad.
should. Oh my God, you should.
Again, I didn't see the new Suicide Squad because of Jared fucking Leto in the first one.
We need to have a movie night and watch the new Suicide Squad because it's really good. But
Oh,
anyway,
it
Hawkeye.
was good.
Um,
Yeah, Hawkeye.
loved it.
The first
Like,
episode was sad.
I liked seeing the Battle of New York from a different perspective.
It's a musical.
Okay, but okay. Steve Rogers the musical win.
If you put it that way.
Apparently, they're getting it in Disneyland or something.
I'm
I
gonna go
want
see
it
it
on
now.
Disney Plus.
I like how in that part when he was like, you know who wasn't there? That guy. And he points at Ant-Man and it's like, well, theoretically he was there. You just didn't see him.
Technically,
Yeah.
Someone
Technically he
saw him.
was.
Someone saw him.
No, that was bittersweet. Honestly, realistically, jokes aside, his reaction to the musical and his memory of what happened and
Yeah.
then seeing Natasha, I was like,
And then going to
Yeah.
like the plaque of like the in remembrance of ...
mm-hmm.
But
Because I think he's the only Avenger who really understood what was happening. Because, like, yeah, you still have Thor. Yeah, you have all the new people, but he was one of the first Avengers, and he was there from the beginning before the Avengers was barely being assembled. Because it was him and Black Widow either recruiting or him guarding, like, Mjolnir in the first Thor movie.
he was working
Yeah.
with Shield,
Mhm.
but like
He-
that Thor was the first time he was actually involved in something that involved like the future Avengers, because he was
Yeah.
like you said,
that was-
guarding Mjolnir.
But that was all the way back in Thor, so we've had him around for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And by that point, he'd already been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for what?
X-
At least a decade, potentially?
X amount of years.
Yeah.
Because he had already, like, convinced everyone of getting Natasha and, like, essentially converting her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at the play through his eyes, it's actually really heartbreaking because it's
Mhm.
like, man, this is my life, this is my history transformed into a play.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
And one that's
it's really
arguably
heartbreaking.
successful.
Yeah. Because most people don't know the half of what went on.
No, they don't.
Nope.
And like seeing how much losing Natasha affected him ever having a future potential partner
Mhm.
was also kind of like heart wrenching because you could see Kate really, really trying and see him slowly open up to Kate and being like, yeah, partner. Like towards the end, it's like, damn, like Natasha's looking down at you smiling. We know she is.
Oh, yeah.
We know we don't want you to be a Lone Ranger.
Speaking of that, the bet between him and Yelena on the ice.
I
You're gonna
forgot
have to
about that.
remind me of the bet.
Her whole thing was she thought Clint was the one who killed Natasha.
Mhm.
And so the whole show,
Yeah.
she's trying to kill Clint.
Yeah.
And then, like, they kind of disarm each other and stop fighting. And he starts saying, like, you're right. It's my fault. But I didn't kill her. Blah, blah, blah. I tried to stop her, told her what happened. She loved you, Yelena. And just kind of went on like a little spill about that. And
The
then-
whistle. It was because of the whistle.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
How do you know that? That was our calling card? Like our...
That was our code or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he
code.
was like, she told me about you. She always talked about you.
Yeah.
And I think that the whistle is definitely what stopped Yelena from
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
from
That's what
Damn.
it was. But yeah, that was a really good scene between those two. And then Kate getting the shit kicked out of her by Kingpin.
Actually, can we talk about the fight scene between Kate and Yelena?
That just the one shot going through the office building.
Yeah.
That was a good kick. I know, right? And that punch to the gut. I'm sorry if that hurt. I didn't mean to hurt you. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That was a good shot. Blah,
Like-
blah, blah. But yeah, that fight was cool.
Potential best friends, please.
Oh,
Yes.
very much please. I love the two of them together so much. Like the back and forth, the way they just like build off of each other. I would love for them to be pretty much like next generation Clint and Natasha.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ask for much. I just want those two to become best friends and like
Yeah.
randomly doing missions together. It's like, hey, you're on this mission too? Yeah, wait. Are you looking for him too? And then they just duo off
You
of
want to
it.
team up? Yeah.
I'm here for it. We need that. Marvel Studios, I know you're watching this podcast, maybe.
Right?
Please keep
Listen.
taking notes. Again, you heard it here first on Nate's stream. Just saying.
Yes.
I can just picture them
We
just
all want credit.
I get just picture them like, damn it.
Why don't we
It'd
have
be
Do we
like,
change this or just keep going with what we got? Because it's the same thing.
No, that'd be like was it Tony said about the dartboard. Like, oh, forget the dartboard. Let's listen to these peeps all
No,
day.
now they're
Wait a minute,
throwing
you
it
said
out the
dark
window.
I just
They're
had an,
throwing
I
the whole
just
thing
had,
out the window now.
I had an image of J. Jonah Jameson, specifically the man that plays him as him, just like, damn it, get me them people.
I want them in here right now.
Hire them right now.
Spider-Man.
That man is a legend, and he should be James Jonah in every,
Yes.
even
every-
in future Spider-Mans, he needs to be in them. I'm sorry.
Well,
There's
don't
no
I
other
have-
man but
Don't
him.
I have good news for you?
I like this good news.
Well, if you saw Spider-Man No Way Home,
Oh.
Wait, have you not seen it either?
Who hasn't seen it?
Bella
Me?
hasn't.
I haven't seen any of Tom's run as Spider-Man. Like, I know
to
all the
be
spoilers.
fair,
She
Did-
knows everything that happens, but
Okay.
we've been supposed to be planning a movie day for it, but just
they did that at the end of the last one, right?
No Way Home. Yeah, Far From Home. Excuse me.
No, Far From Home was the end.
Yeah,
of it,
yeah.
Yeah, so
Also, I hate that we jumped the gun a little bit, but yeah,
Almost there. Almost there.
almost there. We're
Jumped the
still in Hawkeye.
gun.
We're still in Hawkeye. We got one more. But yeah, I just I loved everything about Hawkeye. I thought it was a fantastic show. Loved the introduction to Kate Bishop and the conflict between her mom and her mom's new boyfriend. Who I wasn't expecting that.
I forgot about her boyfriend. I love
I did
him.
too.
what's his face? Because he plays one of my favorite characters in Breaking
I
Bad
just wanted to
universe.
say, you guys doing awesome. The podcast is awesome, and I really appreciate it. It's nice to learn new things I didn't know. Just sharing. I appreciate it.
Glad
Thank you
you
so much for
liked it.
hanging out.
I want to say my favorite scene with her stepdad or whatever he is to her now, because I don't know if they're getting married now, is when they're evacuating the building and he's just out there with his sword, like
Yeah.
fencing everybody. I love that. I want actually now I want to go to YouTube and just rewatch that. Just him, the best of him with his sword.
Do
He's
it.
great.
I was expecting
He's
him to
great.
fully just turn heel. No, he pretty much stayed.
Dakota.
He was like, I trained for this moment. It's my time to shine.
Like, if I remember right, that character becomes I think he's an Avenger in some of the comic storylines for a brief
God.
moment. I could be wrong. Hold on, let me.
Well, if you're gonna go that far out, just go ahead and give me a West Coast Avengers movie. We'll call it a day.
Dude, I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting on that.
Well, I mean, isn't Ant-Man technically a West Coast Avenger because it takes place in San Fran?
It's man.
I mean, technically, one
bad
could
'cause I
say
can't even
Iron Man
remember.
is a West Coast Avenger because he started in Miami.
Okay, this
Or
guy
what was it,
is
Maine
he's
or
a
whatever?
character who bounces back and forth. So he's one of those hero villain people.
Got it.
Wow. Team affiliations: Avengers, Emissaries of Evil, Legion of the Unliving, Lethal Legion, Circus of Crime.
You started off good, and
Yeah,
then
it was
Avenger Legion of Crime. Like, wait. a
Wait.
minute.
Although Swordsman was first introduced as an enemy of Hawkeye in the Avengers, the character has since appeared as both a supervillain and a superhero.
Name off some of those affiliations for me again. I'm trying to pick my favorite.
Right? I already know what mine is. Okay, we're fuck Avengers. Emissaries of Evil, Legion of the Unliving, my favorite one, Lethal Legion, and Circus of Crime.
I think I might have to go with Circus of Crime. That just sounds so ridiculous.
So
So
yeah,
that'd be
I was partially wrong, but yeah. So that'll be interesting to see what they do with him in the future.
They can definitely pull this off right now because of the people that, or the current people we have that have been or are members of West Coast. Not to get too far off topic, but so the current team that they've had, or it was 2018, was Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, America Chavez. We got those three. Gwenpool, and then some of the others they've had were Moon Knight, Scarlet Witch, and Vision.
Sign me up for Gwenpool. Like,
I just
And
thought of something.
U.S. agent too. So
Isn't Shang-Chi also West Coast? Wasn't he also in San Francisco?
I think so, yeah.
So wouldn't that technically be the start of West Coast Avengers?
well, they could do it with
Because
the
we got
connection.
Shang, and then Ant-Man is also San Francisco. So that's also like another West Coast
Yeah.
Avenger. It's all
Very
coming
easily
together.
do that.
Oh yeah, I would like to see that. That would be nice.
I can't wait to see what
All
they do with
coming
like team-ups in the
together.
future.
Yet again, Marvel's like, God damn it, they're on to us.
It's like,
I know.
Marvel's just sitting there watching. I need y'all to stop. We're not gonna be able
Stop
to
using your
surprise
brains.
anybody.
We're gonna get a cease and desist letter in the mail. Be like, hey,
Y'all
y'all
are
just
too
need to
good.
stop
Y'all are too
waiting."
good.
Name it. I mean, not name it. I'm sorry. I just saw your name. Marvel's gonna, Nate's gonna wake up tomorrow. He's gonna be like, hey, where's my video?
Like
Why
what happened
isn't
to
it
my
on
channel?
Twitter?
And then I'll have an email.
It's
No man, we're just gonna be we're just all gonna be streaming, and Kevin Feige's gonna put on an Infinity Gauntlet and blip us.
Right. We disappear live on screen.
No, here's the thing. Here's like we're past the Infinity Saga. We're in the multiverse now.
That doesn't stop Kevin Feige for blipping us.
well, like the thing is, the VOD's gonna disappear, and all it's gonna have is like Mickey Mouse ears.
Oh no, we got done in by King Mickey.
Oh my God, the mouse has struck again. Fuck! Fuck this, guys.
Oh god.
But yeah, I think we pretty much said everything we need to say about Hawkeye. You know, solid show, great introduction to the characters.
You just want to get to the next point.
Maybe
We're all excited for that one.
Spider-Man: No Way Home.
The worst
What
kept
a-
secret in history.
The
But
movie-
like, I'm okay that it wasn't a great kept secret, almost,
because once you
I was so
saw
happy.
Doc Ock, you saw Alfred Molina in the trailer.
Oh yeah,
The
it's like-
initial thing was Jamie Foxx was the first returning cast announced, and so I was like, "Wait, what?"
Was.
I'm glad because I feel like they wasted his character in the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
That was a good redemption arc for
Oh,
him in this
absolutely!
movie.
I loved it.
Look, the
And
only
to have more
issue-
screen time too, actually.
The hardest part of that to believe was Jamie Foxx is a high school student or whatever, college student, whatever it was during all of that.
But
Wait, in Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought he was like a professor.
he was a student, wasn't he?
no, he was just an employee.
There
Was
you
he
go.
an employee?
Okay.
I thought he was an intern.
Because no offense with how Jamie Foxx started off when he had the comb over, there was no way he was just a student.
Hey, you can be a college student at any age.
Oh,
That's true.
no.
That is true. I am humbled. She is right.
I went to college with someone like back in like 2008, like they were fresh out of high school. That was already like basically bald, and he had like the ring,
Oh
like
no!
like the hair ring, like you know what I'm talking about, where they're bald on top, but they have the hair around the side.
Yeah.
And that
aw.
wasn't anything that they did themselves. That's just how their hair was. So
Genetics.
Oh, I feel bad for them because people just were mean.
you would say that, but this was a big boy.
When
I
the
just knew
genetic
they wouldn't
lottery
say
does
it.
not choose you.
He was also the biggest sweetheart. He was also the biggest sweetheart.
Oh, yay.
It's always the sweet ones. That's not fair.
He and I were like we were all like really good friends. He was part of the circle I was running with, but
Oh, yay.
He deserves a big hug.
yeah. To Dakota's point, the worst kept secret.
Oh,
They
it was
tried
the
so
worst.
hard to say no, they're not
See,
in
they're
this,
not
they're not in
even in
this,
the
and yet when you see the
country.
trailer, it's like it's obvious, like they took someone out, like just a shot. There's no way, but
It's like, you can't lie to us.
why do you lie to me?
I,
But
I would like to say something just real fast
Go
about
for
a
it.
character that kind of debuted in the movie. I screamed when I saw Daredevil.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
was
I
so
want to say something about that real quick.
happy.
Apparently, he was told during filming when he first sits down and the camera focuses on him to wait a moment so the audience could cheer.
For Charlie Cox, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
He deserved
Yeah.
it.
Oh.
But yeah, that was great. Yeah, you're gonna
I
be a
was
really good
so
lawyer.
happy.
And then a
I
brick
thought
comes flying
that
to the
nobody knew who he was. Or did I read wrong stuff? Because they're saying that when they did that, everyone was quiet when his scene came up.
Not in my
Depends
theater, they
on
weren't.
Probably who.
Yeah, mine either. I was the one who screamed.
I
Mine was
love the
like,
brick
yes.
scene so much.
How did you do
It's,
that?
what?
I'm
I'm a really good lawyer.
Yeah.
your
Really good.
your answer for everything.
But-
Oh, my brain did another thing. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
a
Nothing.
good thing.
Uh-oh.
So I don't remember who it was here that said something about when everyone was blipped and everything, and then Daredevil came up, kind of like stepped up to be like the vigilante he is in Hell's Kitchen and everything. What if during the blip, that is exactly how Aunt May met him? She already know. She has to know what his secret is.
Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, we
'Cause
did say
she-
that the show does take place, like half of the show takes place during the blip. But I feel like
Do you
that's
think we might see Aunt May?
I don't know.
Ooh.
It's possible.
We will see.
Aunt May that keeps getting younger.
Yeah.
She's
Aunt May
in
more
her
like mommy May. I
50s,
mean, what?
or was when they first cast her.
She don't
Oh,
look
I-
it.
Well, she's
you-
still 30.
We've had this discussion going from what we got in the originals to
Which is
keeps getting
still
pro-
honestly my favorite depiction of Aunt May,
Okay,
just
but you
because
also
like
have
when
to
you
think about Tobey Maguire also didn't look like a fucking high school student either.
none of them did.
Nope.
Don't.
Toby, I like those movies, but Toby Maguire looked like 35 in high school at a minimum.
Those were my first superhero movies. I started in the original trilogy of Spider-Man, and
Mhm.
even then I
That
was like,
probably was my first too. Yeah.
this
Yeah.
dude don't look like he's in high school. This
Yeah,
dude
I
looks
never
Blade was
believed he
mine.
was in high school for a
Yeah.
second.
like
Yeah,
Andrew
those
Garfield.
were the
Andrew
days.
Garfield is pushing it. Like I could believe him as like
Yeah.
a senior or something, but like Toby was college easy.
He was.
Looking back
Toby
on
was
some of
like
those clips,
8 years into a career.
looking
Yeah,
back on
so,
those
like-
clips, no, those movies, no.
So
Hey,
like
they're
I could
still
understand
good.
Aunt May being a little older since he looked like he was 25 in 10th grade. And I could also understand that they aged Andrew's Aunt May down a little bit because, well, like, yeah, he looked younger too. And
Definitely
Even-
Tom's. So
Tom was probably
Really?
the only actor who actually looked like he was a
Yeah.
baby.
honestly, yeah, he's the only one that could be a
One of the main
convincing high
reasons
school
I
kid.
like him as Spider-Man is that he actually looks like he's in high school.
He did.
Yeah, that was one of his biggest selling points for me whenever the movies first started coming out, and
Mm.
like when he first like showed up as little Peter Parker in Civil War. It's like, oh
You see
shit.
the thing where he went to an actual class or whatever for like a week or something.
That was for homecoming.
That's great.
That was for homecoming. He had Marvel actually enrolled him into school for something for a week.
Remember that.
It's like, who are you? I'm Spider-Man. No, you're...
Yeah, that was actually a story. Like he,
yeah.
so what do you do? Oh, I'm Spider-Man. Whatever,
Oh.
weirdo. And then the movie came
Well.
out, and the girl was like, "Oh my god, that's the class of Spider-Man," something like that. It was great. But anyway,
Yeah.
this movie is easily the best movie in Phase 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
like everything else gets ranked after No Way Home because there's no top in this movie.
Oh, absolutely not.
That's fair.
Like,
Yeah,
like we
it's-
got all the best villains from the previous films and Sandman.
It's literally an all-star movie.
Sandman.
It is.
Nathan.
And I
It's an
want to
it's
like
also yeah.
I want to give Doctor Strange props for being the grumpy old man he was in that movie, getting annoyed with Tom Holland constantly changing the spells that caused this whole debacle. Just for him to
No, the
disappear
best
for
part
half.
Changing the
about that,
smell.
the best part about that was, yeah, he just, yeah, it sucks. Like you called him and they still wouldn't listen to you. Wait, you could call him? You're telling me I just fucked everything up and you forgot to call? Well, when you put it that way,
Mhm.
kicks him out.
It was already too late.
But
Yeah.
wait a minute, I didn't know you could call the college. But
Yeah, he doesn't think he's an emotional thing. He's a compulsive
actor,
not no like a
Character.
Tom Holland's character is
Character.
very compulsive
Yeah.
and reactive and doesn't really think things logically in the moment.
Well, that's also one. I feel like that's true to Peter Parker as a character, and two, definitely true to high school students. Like
Mhm.
at 17, I was impulsive as fuck. Did I? Would I have thought about calling the college? Probably not.
We
Like I
probably
would
would
have
have
been
all
like,
been
"Oh,
doing
my life
spells
is
as well.
over."
Everyone's over here like, wait, hold on, let me go find a wizard now.
Just like, my
Impulsive
life is over. I
teenagers.
just screwed up, and I'm never gonna be able to get another chance at this. And like,
can we
just
fix it?
30-year-old you be like, shut the fuck up.
Did you call him? No? Try that.
You can call him.
You can
The
call.
wizard. Oh yeah.
Like, not everything has to be solved with magic, dipshit. But
Mundane or magic.
and then like the bomb was dropped that Strange is not the Sorcerer Supreme. Wong is by a technicality because
Oh,
Strange
yeah.
was blipped.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. That was
But
I love Wong as a character as well.
Wong
mean,
Just
has
in
been
general.
getting
Wong-
progressively better
Mhm.
as his performance,
Yeah.
as his appearances like
I
happen.
mean, he's actually getting more screen time and can therefore develop as a character.
Yeah. Yep.
If you haven't seen
And
She-Hulk, you
apparently-
should.
And it looks like Marvel is hinting that he's gonna have a bigger role with the Avengers too, with how they've been putting him in the middle of gathering them.
He's
I was about to
essentially
say, he's
Yep.
more or less Nick Fury.
yeah. I was just about to say he's essentially Nick Fury.
He's Nick Fury who can teleport.
Yeah.
So much
Now
better.
you see me, now you don't.
Let me make this circle. Okay. Come through the circle. What? We need you. Okay. All right. Who's
We
next
can't
on the
talk
list?
about that yet. I forgot that's in She-Hulk.
Yeah.
We'll wait for She-Hulk Wong.
What we can talk about, though, speaking of circles, is
Show me Peter Parker.
y'all knew it was coming. I think everyone knew that Toby and Andrew were going to be in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But when they first showed up, what was your reaction?
I was
Okay.
just so happy.
I cried.
Fangirl.
Yeah, when I finally got the
Fangirl's fair. Yeah, I fangirled.
Uh, hey, the entire theater did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, let me ask you all this, depending on what age group you're in. Did your theater have different reactions for each one? Because mine clearly did. So you knew what generation was like, oh yeah, Toby, and then the other
Who
generation
got
was
the
like,
louder pop, Toby or Andrew?
Toby.
in mine.
Toby.
Mine, Toby.
Sam.
But there was also a big pop when Andrew showed up too. So
Yeah, he
Well,
was the
oh,
first
Andrew
one.
got a really big pop because he pulled off his Spider-Man mask,
Yeah.
and Toby was just Peter
There.
Parker walking in.
just like
It's-
stumbling in like someone's lost dad, like, oh,
Yeah.
this is interesting.
It's just funny because you could tell by the reactions, like, oh, what? Who knew what in this theater?
Yeah.
Well, okay, but like, how long do you think they had to keep Tom Holland in the dark before they finally just like pieced together all of his parts in the movie so that he wouldn't accidentally spoil something?
I like to think that Tom Holland found out that the other Spider-Man were in the movie when the movie came out.
He's like, wait, you guys were in the movie?
No, that didn't happen because The first thing they did when they got in costume for like the costume try-ons was they did the meme, the picture of them doing the meme.
Oh, the thing.
That was the first thing they did.
Yep. Wait a
And
minute.
I love okay, like, and even the meme, I love how Toby's just like confused look on his face, like he doesn't know what he's doing or why.
But
Oh, Toby's like, he's a gem. We must protect him
Yes.
at all costs.
Walks through the portal. He's like, oh, hey.
oh hey,
It's like a.
over here in the youth, looking like a youth pastor.
I love the scene where him and Andrew Garfield do the web sling
Yeah.
thing. I was like, that's cool. And then what's his name? Ned's grandma was like, can you guys get the spider web? You know,
Oh
clean
yeah,
up. the
sure. And he
spider
just
web?"
casually just kind of walks on the ceiling, gets the spider web.
I also there was a point in the movie talking about the spider webs that like Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland are talking about like how they do the
Oh, yeah.
and like it's a machine and Tobey Maguire is just like
No,
yeah, mine just comes out of my it
How
just comes
that
out like
happens is they're planning out like they're trying to make the plan, and then Ned walks up to Tom and says, "Here's your web. Here's your cartridge for your webs." Oh, thanks, Ned. What's that for? It's actually my web. And he's not in his Spider-Man outfit. He doesn't have his glove on or anything. He just wait. Does that just come out of you? Yeah. Y'all can't do that.
Does
You
it come
can't
out
do
anywhere else?
that.
I'm gonna be honest. I giggled like a high school girl when they were like, "You shoot any other body parts," and he's like, "No."
Just the banter between those three was so good.
So
Are you making fun of me?
amazing.
No. I'm not. We're not making fun of you. It's just like we can't do that. So we're genuinely curious about like how things work with you.
He's just like, oh wow, they think I'm cool. It's like, oh, you sweet bean.
But
There's so much good in this
Ooh.
movie to talk about.
this
Actually,
No web.
I want to know everyone's reaction to this.
please be the scene I'm thinking about. The one I was about to bring up. Please be the same scene.
For the one I'm
You,
thinking
it
of.
is the scene. I think it's what we're all thinking of. And I mean, Andrew Spider-Man's redemption scene.
Yes.
Okay, that wasn't the scene I was thinking about. But
That
was good. That was really good.
That,
Oh, man, I
that
got
was
teared up.
Are
in
you
that
okay?
scene.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Everyone's react. I want to hear everyone's opinions. We'll start with
Cried.
who's ever top left. Bella. I'm like, who?
When I did finally, because I might have looked up some of these on YouTube. When I did see that one, I cried. The look on his face, like knowing how much that meant to him
Yeah.
to be able to do that, to like save her, and just like the knowing the depth underneath it, like yeah, like I cried.
Whose turn is it?
Dakota.
Oh, man. I got teary-eyed when that scene came up because I felt the emotion in it. And I don't know if it was just because of the scene of him actually, getting the redemption and catching, or like just
Remembering
the
what happened last
expression.
time.
Well, that too, but I will give Andrew Garfield credit. He put the emotion into that scene when he caught her. Like, I could
Oh
feel
yeah.
This
it. 'Cause
movie
he was crying. I started crying.
Like I was about to say, and if Dakota's saying that he gets teary-eyed, that's substantial.
This man don't emote.
Yeah.
This man don't emote.
No emote.
This man don't emote.
Meanwhile,
He
Mary
emote,
Jane's
he
over
just
here
chill.
like, you okay?
Nah, he emote, he just chill. He's vibing.
Yeah.
This is fine.
He's sleepy because it's midnight.
I know. I'm trying.
Sorry.
But the scene I was gonna bring up is the first
Oh,
time.
wait, hold on, no.
You forgot Tony.
I thought he was the
Yeah,
first one who
Tony.
went.
No, I was
No.
the one who went.
I'm sorry.
I'm Tony.
I'm no, I'm Tony.
No, I'm the real Tony.
This is Nate. See, it is just like
I forgot.
Pure heart.
I'm sorry. Dumb of ass.
link in the bio.
I'm the dumbest of asses. Don't mind me.
Just to do fast. Yeah, I was very. That scene got me. It was an amazing touch to have a redemption for him, and to prevent for redemption of him and to prevent another Spider-Man from going through what he went through when it came to that. So that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My reaction was mine was all of the above.
Same. But the scene I want to know about is the scene where all three meet for the first time on that rooftop.
Ooh.
That was
After,
beautifully shot.
like, just the emotion in that whole scene when Ned and MJ find him and they all just kind of hug up on him and cry with him because of Aunt May. And after a
Yeah.
moment, Peter, there's people here. There's two people here who want to talk to you.
Mhm.
And he looks up, and just all you see is the silhouette of the two different Spider-Man just on top of the building, and they hop down. And he's like, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. And then it registers who he's looking at.
Yeah.
And just that whole scene.
It's pretty good.
And you see the rage when him talking about Goblin. Which, by the way, Willem Dafoe, best MCU villain.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad he came back to Goblin.
Willem
He
Dafoe.
did not even have to try with acting. He just did.
Here's the best part: all the action scenes between him and Tom were him. He didn't have a stunt double.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, it needs to be raw. It needs to be real.
Yeah, it
So
needs
I
to
wanted
be-
to do my own stuff. And going back to my point about Shang-Chi, like having some of my favorite fights, both fights between Tom Holland and Willem Dafoe in this movie, because they fight twice, both fights were so just brutal. Like it was aggression, and it was
Is
so.
Willem- Is Willem okay?
Oh, he's great. He wants to do
chilling.
more. Oh, he's vibing, dude. But
Oh man, I just thought about something. If you all have seen the clip edits of it, when they send them back or whatever at the end. Have you seen the one that stitched together? It's like, oh well, they go back and then it shows cuts back and it's him. He goes, oh, at the end of the first movie.
I have seen that.
So I'm gonna send you home. You'll be good.
I hated that plot point. I hated that plot point, by the way.
I was like, what if that is where he sent him, and that's why he says, oh,
I mean,
that would be too good.
that would be beautifully ironic.
Yeah.
It's a lovely little headcanon. It is also so very painful,
Yes.
literally and figuratively. Bruh.
That would
I
be
mean,
But yeah, what was y'all's reaction to like the scene where they first met?
my heart broke.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a
Like-
fun moment. It was
No.
It was Tom's Peter at his absolute lowest point. When
Because that was when he first got his with great power comes great responsibility,
Yeah.
but instead of it coming from Uncle Ben, it came from Aunt May, and that hurt.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Tom says, even when she got hurt, she said we did the right thing. She said with great power, and then Toby finishes, comes great responsibility. Looks over at Andrew, nods at him. Wait. How did you know that? Uncle Ben said it to us the night he died.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she didn't die for nothing, Peter. But it was just. Also, Spider-Man beat Doctor Strange with geometry.
He did. He did.
Yes.
You say that like
Geometry.
it's surprising because I've yet to be impressed by fucking Stephen Strange.
I mean, then you're really gonna have a field day with this movie.
Oh.
He's not
Like,
exactly impressing in this.
Like, yes, he can do magic, but he still is Tony Stark pre-ego being destroyed. The exact Tony Stark I dislike.
Yeah, that thing.
He is the I'm good at everything I do because I was a surgical doctor. Now I'm cocky. I'm a
Yeah.
strong wizard.
Yeah. Like, he still has all of that arrogance, and I fucking hate it.
For me, it was weird seeing. I mean, I know we have a Stephen Strange, but I knew him as Victor Strange. when I used to read about him.
Who, Doctor
I
Strange?
always, yeah. So it was like
The
Victor Stephen Strange or something.
I think I
Oh, that
remember Victor.
sounds.
if I know anything about like Stan Lee and Marvel in general, they're really big on alliteration. Like, was it Victor Doom? Maybe
Victor
No,
Von
Victor
Doom.
Victor
Von
Von
Doom
Doom.
on Doom.
is
Yeah.
Doctor Doom. But because I know, oh, we'll save that for the Doctor Strange multiverse conversation.
Yeah.
You go over there. Stay
It's
there.
it's one of his multiverses.
We'll take that and just slide it over here for now. And this
I'm
Throw
Yeah.
up into a bomb, like,
Opens the file cabinet. Okay, this is going in here. Let's see.
We'll talk about
MCU Phase
this
4 Part 2.
day.
Boom. Again, we're good.
Yep, let's save that file for over there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had to look that up real quick.
Can confirm?
Can confirm, yeah, Victor Strange is like a thing.
that was his name back when it was like the Strange Tales of Doctor Strange or something. And I knew
Born
him
in the
as
Black,
Victor Strange, but then they changed it to Stephen Strange, and I was just like, big
Well, no,
confusion.
Interesting.
Stephen Strange was a thing. Victor Strange was born in Nebraska to Eugene and Beverly Strange, being the youngest brother to Donna and Stephen Strange. So Victor Strange is supposed to be Stephen Strange's brother, but like Earth 616 shenanigans.
It's
Interesting.
a
Wait,
whole
wasn't that
debacle.
it? No. Let's say, wasn't that in What If? But that was their sister, right? Or
No, in the
Yes.
main storyline, yeah, he became a doctor because of his sister being sick and everything, and he wanted to be able to help her and whatnot.
Yeah, they mentioned
But
that in Multiverse of Madness.
in the What
but
If
again,
series, yeah.
Okay, that's where else it was. I thought it was in. I couldn't remember What If or that too.
It was both.
After the
Okay.
deaths of Donna and their mother, Stephen was unable to face any more tragedy and refused to visit Eugene's deathbed.
Mm.
A few days later, an outraged Victor confronted Stephen in his apartment over the apparent lack of grief. Confrontations, shenanigans, car crash.
Yeah.
Yep. We talk about something else that was completely wasted in this movie that was set up, but I guess there wasn't really any way to work it in.
I know exactly where this is going. Is it the
Venom
mid-credit scene?
post credits? No, the Venom 2 post credit scene that
Yeah.
set it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That went nowhere.
I was
so mad
Well,
because wasn't it
Me
at the
too.
end of Venom 2
It was at
where
the end
he
of
looks
Venom
at
2. Yeah.
it was,
that
yeah.
was so wasted.
Eddie.
Well, you also have to think about it.
That was
Like this
good.
was the first Spider-Man movie that tried to bring in a bunch of villains that didn't
Yeah.
screw it up. So I guess they probably wanted to be like, let's not push our luck and
Venom
try
was
and
supposed to
get
be a
it
part of
going."
the final fight. He was
I
supposed to.
didn't.
He was supposed to team up with the spiders against the villains.
Really?
What?
Look how well that worked the last
So
time.
you telling me
Venom
that
was
I
in a
could have got
movie
a
with
random
Sandman.
Angie symbiote swinging around, but we didn't get
fighting
that.
alongside 3 spiders.
Oh, that would have been.
But they cut that
cool.
because they feel like it would have been too overcrowded.
Oh, it would have been.
That's
but
it. We're storming Marvel.
I mean, okay, but think about the last time we had Venom in the same movie as Sandman.
Oh, I
I'd
remember.
rather not talk about that. Thank you.
Oh, you don't want to go and think of dancing Peter Parker?
I don't want to go thinking about that.
So
Thank
are we getting our pitchforks now? Because I'm ready to go. Let's
Emo
go.
Toby.
It works.
you. But
I
yeah,
was
The
peak emo
biggest
years and I was like,
topic.
oh, that's cringe.
The biggest topic. Toby Spider-Man getting stabbed again.
yeah.
Towards the end.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
like, "Don't you do it!" I was like, "Don't you dare!"
How many
Good.
times has that Spider-Man been stabbed?
And then like they're standing there, it's like, you're in a lot of pain, aren't you? Oh yeah.
Like, why did that make me think of Andrew's random line was like, oh, you discovered my one weakness, little knives.
Serenity, hi, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow.
You know what? Seeing it all come full circle with Toby's constantly being stabbed by something,
Moony.
Andrew's little joke about little knives, and then this movie of him getting stabbed again. Isn't that the second time he's been stabbed by a glider, by the way?
Moony.
Oh, he didn't get stabbed by a glider.
Or no, or cut up by it, right?
Yeah, he's been cut up, but I don't think he's ever been like stab. I don't remember.
Um,
I don't know.
There's
It's been like
Forever.
it's been a good minute.
it's been a hot minute, but and then like the
I-
whole plot about the reason all these characters are here, like all the villains from previous films and like the Peter Parker, is because
Okay.
with the spell that got fucked up, it's like everyone who knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man is now coming here, and that's spread across all the different timelines, and that's why all the villains are coming here.
Mhm.
And to stop that, because it's starting to break, like just to shatter the timelines. Thomas Peter goes to Doctor Strange and says, "What if everyone forgot who Peter Parker was? Would
Mhm.
that fix it?" Yes, then do it. And so everyone in the MCU practically forgets that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And so as far as everyone's concerned, Peter doesn't exist.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm curious to see what they do with that because that opens up a whole can of worms.
Because wouldn't he technically be safe if they rediscovered who he was without having to directly tell them who he was?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see
Hey.
how this goes because that was crazy, I think. But
It is. I feel like that was painful seeing everyone he loves forget him, especially MJ. But I feel like MJ, I know we all saw the little Easter egg of her still wearing the Black Dahlia necklace, the broken one,
yeah.
when she was at the shop. I feel like an ounce of her knows, but
Yeah.
I think she'll
I just
remember at some point.
Like
I
her
really
and
wanna
Ned,
know.
I feel like are probably going to. It's going to be one of those things where it's just like, oh fuck, that's right.
Yeah,
But he's gonna end
I
up being
hope
the
so.
best friend who, becomes the villain.
Yeah.
We can already see it happening.
We'll see what's going to happen there. So if they remember, so what happens if they remember? Will everyone else start remembering or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, it opens up a whole other can of worms, honestly.
Yeah.
That's one of the detriments of having something like this happen so early on in the quote unquote saga.
Ooh, I'll be right back really quick.
Okay. But like we still have a whole phase 5 to go through and then phase 6. And the
Yeah.
end of
How many
phase
more Spider? How many more movies of for Spider-Man are we supposed to get? Like how?
we're supposed to get a second trilogy of Tom Holland Spider-Man and then plus whatever crossover he gets with the Avengers and just various crossovers and potentially some Sony based crossovers. Mainly including Venom.
I am very excited for any movie that would include Venom and Tom Holland
I
Spider-Man.
was about to
Like
say,
I
Yeah.
just want to see it.
I just want that fight. I just want to see that fight.
does this
between
mean
Tom-
Andrew's finally going to get his third movie?
Well, there's also rumors that Andrew and Toby have been talking to Marvel about coming in for future films like Spider-Man 4 or The Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Yes, please.
But
Yeah,
one of the
okay with
biggest
that.
rumors is obviously with Secret Wars coming up or King Dynasty. One of the biggest things that's going around is the shot that will break the internet, and it's just Hugh Jackman and Tobey Maguire in the same shot.
That's possible, especially with Deadpool now.
I just
That
want
was
Spidey Pool.
yeah.
But
Like I just want Spidey Pool. I don't care. Like I just want it.
I
but
mean, they can go ahead and give me Gwenpool in MCU now. I would be happy.
Yeah.
It could happen now, multiverse.
which I'm very
Spider
intrigued to see
Gwen,
what they do with
Deadpool, like
everything moving forward. Because we're only in movie. Yeah, it's going to be movie 2 of Phase 5 in May next month. Actually, in like 3 weeks. Shit.
Yeah, I don't expect them to. I think that'll be less tied to everything. Honestly.
Guardians won't be. Guardians won't be, but Secret Invasion is supposedly supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's a string of words that happened.
What are words? How we do?
And then we get the Marvels later on this year. Words are hard.
Yeah. I'm actually excited for Secret Invasion, not gonna lie.
I am too. Emilia Clarke, Khaleesi. But yeah, so obviously, final thoughts: Spider-Man: No Way Home, solid. Can't wait to see the future.
Should
Um,
probably watch it.
we're going
Oh,
to
definitely can't wait. Isn't Tom Holland and Zendaya like having a baby now?
no, but I
Maybe.
think I saw they were engaged.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I didn't know.
Oh,
I
yeah,
want
they
to
were-
see
they've been
Daniel
dating since
Radcliffe is
Homecoming.
having a baby.
Daniel
I
Radcliffe.
know I've seen like photos of them together and stuff,
Mhm.
but
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
they've been dating since Homecoming.
Oh
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah,
So I've always thought that was nice. But
Yeah.
I'm glad. They seem cute together.
they are.
Yeah.
I love their chemistry together. What I keep saying that, like, they have good chemistry. They have good chemistry. They have good chemistry. Well, they do.
Oh, they definitely
I
do.
mean,
Oh,
are
there's-
you wrong
I do.
though?
No,
All right then.
but
We're happy for them. We're happy for the new couple.
Yes.
Now give us more Spider-Man and MJ.
yeah. Well, like I said, we're supposed to get a second trilogy. So. Oh, speaking of, before we wrap this up, we finally get like Tom Holland Spider-Man and quote unquote the classic suit. The classic liquid
Oh,
suit.
that's right, because he doesn't have the.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
So
I like
like,
that suit.
so like all the designs from the previous Spider-Man suits, like, no, we're getting like the suit that is like more commonly known for Spider-Man, where it kind of looks like it has
Yay.
the belt.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that goes, but I'm excited. I should have known.
Get ready for more heartbreak.
Yeah, definitely.
I
should have known this podcast was going to go this long, but I tried not to. That's why I split it into two.
Imagine if we didn't. It would have been like a 10-hour.
I wasn't gonna do that. I wasn't gonna do that.
worse pacing than the Eternals movie.
The Eternals movie was definitely a topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably had a whole hour of itself almost. This is ironic because that's the one Nate didn't like the most.
I like how Nick thought he was gonna play a video game after this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I'm happy I'm happy it went. It is past Dakota's bedtime, and Leota, I think you were gonna stream afterwards.
With my thumb, I can't stream. It's aching.
Okay,
I'm taking a night off.
That's
Sorry.
fine. But
No, I
this
had
was-
fun doing this. This is great.
This was phase 4, part 1, and yeah, part 1. We still got a part 2.
Yeah, there's still part two. You know.
Which I can
much
tell you,
blue.
if we can manage it, it's gonna be next month.
Yeah.
If
Can it be
Sounds
after finals, please?
huh?
Can it be after finals, please?
Yeah, duh.
Thank you.
But with that being said, everyone, thank y'all so much for coming and hanging out and joining us with this conversation. To the guests, Bella, Dakota, Tony, Leota, thank y'all so much for being a part of this. I didn't mean for it to go this long, guys, but I should have known it was going to. I tried.
What is work? You know.
Tune in for part 4. It's gonna be 6 hours long.
I tried.
Probably.
I mean, part 2.
I tried. Phase 3 didn't go this long.
Double the time.
I'm surprised Space.
One of them did go this long, I thought, but I can't remember
No,
what.
this is the longest Codpast we've ever done.
Really?
Congratulations, guys.
This is the longest Codpast we've ever done.
I could have swore 3 went this long.
No, I think Dragon Ball might be the longest one we might have done, like up there. But I feel like
Well, Dragon Ball was a 2-parter, so
Dragon
I mean,
Ball had to be a 2-parter. But
yeah.
So for the next Codpast, can we all dress up as a Marvel character?
Yes. Yes, we can. Absolutely.
Sure.
Let's do it.
Like, I have a Captain America shirt. That's gonna be the best thing I can do, but let's
Yeah.
go.
I have the
Captain
hammer,
America theme
but-
makeup.
I
can do
Codcast.
One.
You're close. It's called the Codpast. And for those who don't know the story behind that, permit me to tell it real quick because it's
Do the
great.
thing.
So Bella's one of my best friends. She's my sister, and she's also one of my mods. I was in a VC with Bella and another one, Shrix, another mod and good friend. We were just talking because I said I wanted to do a podcast, where each episode is its own topic, and we talk about that topic in that podcast, whatever. Well, we were coming up with names, and my brain does this thing where it will switch around letters in a word, and before I can stop and process it, I will say whatever my brain comes up with. Well, we were talking about podcasts, and my brain did the thing.
You really do be a struggle for him sometimes.
Like we're just talking, yeah, you know, I was like do a Codpast, and I just kept going. Like I thought it said podcast, and Bella and Trick's like, whoa, stop, wait. I was like, what did you just say? What did you call it? I said podcast. What? What? You said Codpast. I did. Oops. What do you... I kind of like the name Codpast, actually. And then, I don't talk about this often, but the name of the community is the Chaotic Sanctuary. And so I was trying to find a way to incorporate chaos into it, and I immediately said Chaotic Codpast, and it stuck.
Yep.
So that's how it came up with Codpast. And the amount of people who I've had on and said, I can't say podcast anymore. All I think of is Codpast. I'm like, I have done the thing.
Your branding is working.
Trademark that.
CJ said that you should trademark it. Now you have to trademark it.
I need to try. Like if
Quickly before Disney gets something else of yours.
Oh,
I'm gonna
It's coming for your streams.
The Disney
trademark office,
Codpast.
see a big mouse ears walking out. Not today.
listen. If I could get the Disney money from this, you think I'm gonna complain?
Oh, I was stealing your ideas.
What are you doing, Codpast?
Disney, you can hire us. We're filled with ideas and we know what we're talking about.
Gosh, this seems like a good idea there, Mickey. Oh, yup.
Not today, sir.
And I'm not trying to do Donald.
This is like a really good spot to find some ingredients.
He hasn't done a TikTok in a while, and I kind of miss him. But seriously, guys, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. This has been a blast. Tune in next month. I don't know when for Phase 4 Part 2. You guys want to be on that one too?
I'm down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then I
We've
have
been
other
riding
topics.
it out this long.
And we get to go to bed before midnight.
It's a. Hold on. What are the topics for next time? We're dragging this out. At this point, just fuck it. Midnight, Doctor Strange. Oh yeah. We should be fine. No problem. I should be able to play a game that night.
How many topics is it?
It's only about 7.
Only about 7.
2 of
So
them.
we're starting early next time?
We probably should.
2 of them are like little specials. So they won't be.
I
We'll
will have my popcorn ready.
But thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. This has been a blast. Love having you guys on as always. I can't wait for the next episode. Whatever I decide, I've got like 4 topics immediately that I want to talk about. It's just a matter of asking people and getting them on and then planning it.
Yeah, he's bad at the planning part. He's even worse at the asking part.
It's a problem. But need to find. Obviously, we're wrapping it up here, so we need to find. I know where we're going.
Shall we say a hello to the
Beautiful bastard.
wonderful, the illustrious, the king of self-love?
Yes.
It's nice meeting you, CJ. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes. For all the.
Yes, it was very nice meeting.
For all the.
I am so glad my webcam is like on this. My dog's laying on his back with his legs all sprawled out directly in camera view. Hold on.
Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Hope y'all have a fan-freaking-tastic rest of your night. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. And we'll see you lovely folks next time on the Chaotic Codpast.
Easy puppy.
Later, guys.
Dragon Ball Z.
I